Hello, y'all. Hi. Happy Monday. So, Vivian is not here with me today. I don't know why, but that's really fine. I messaged her, and I don't know. I hope she's doing okay. And so yes, we're going to continue on, and she has a link, so I did check and make sure the link was correct. The link is right, and so she can join at any time. Yes, she hasn't responded to messages. I don't know. I figured we might as well go live and discuss the homework we have done. So she can join anytime. If she doesn't feel up to joining today, that's totally fine. Yes. Okay. So yes. Homework. What homework we did. So I don't know. Vivian is just not here with us right now. That's totally fine. Yeah. I don't know. Am I acting over dramatic as I always do? I don't know. Yes, Vivian's not here. She hasn't responded to my messages about it, so I'm hoping she's okay. I'm assuming she's fine. Yes, so she will be joining us or not at some point, maybe not at some point during the live today to discuss and finish the book, but that is totally fine. Yeah, so she might not hop in with us today. Okay, so what's happening? I'm trying to think of what else we do, right? Okay, no, don't do that. No, I don't want to. Oops, I almost blocked you. Okay, didn't mean to do that. Clicked on the wrong thing. Okay, so how has everyone been this morning? How is everyone's morning going? Yes. How did everyone do with their homework? The homework of the book. And I see Kenny. Hi, Kenny. I'll go through the other comments about that. But so yeah, I know you just started it the other day or yesterday, or you just started it yesterday. Yeah, that is awesome. Let us know how you're enjoying it so far. You can talk spoilers up into chapter 30. So don't talk about spoilers for chapter 30 because that's where we're going to start today. And I literally just finished the homework. I can't believe could that affect wait, let me finish that. I literally just finished the homework. Yes. And so I finished it not 5 minutes ago. I finished it now 10 minutes ago, or 15 minutes ago. I finished it at 55. I didn't read anything until last night, and last night I was procrastinating reading, and I started reading at 3 a.m. I typically don't stay up till 3 a.m. anyway. And so I stayed until like 4 or 5 reading. And then I read about an hour this morning. So yes. Yeah. So I just finished the homework, but I don't know how that could affect because I think Portugal also does the same time change that we do. Let me see actually. Portugal time zone. It's London time, right? I believe that's the same thing as London time. So it's 4 right now for her. So no, I don't know if that makes sense. Does that make sense? I don't know. Maybe it's the incorrect time for her. Well, didn't mean to click on that. Hold on. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is the wrong time for her. I didn't even think about that or calculate that into anything. I scheduled mine at 5, and she should be 5 hours ahead. Not at 5, at 12. Which I guess is scheduling it a little bit later, but I assumed Portugal also did time zone changing. Let me check that. What is it called again? Nope. What is it called? What is the time change thing called? Spring? Nope. Daylight savings time. Okay. Does Portugal do daylight savings time? Oh yeah, they do. I think they do. Yes, they do. They do. Okay, we're good. Okay. So I assume. I don't know. Okay. Let's go through these comments. So, homework, just finished it. The book honestly just keeps getting better and better and better. So, yes. Let us see what's going on here. Hi. I actually think I've seen you in my comments maybe once or twice before. And I've definitely seen you in other comments of other people's channels. Oops, sorry about that. Yes. So hi. Thank you for being here. How are you doing today? Hi, Lula. How are you today? Yes, Christina just messaged. One second, hold on. Or just in general. Is it just me? It was just me right now. Nope, it was oops. Let me just say something real quick. I feel like I'm all over the place today. Sorry about that. Yes. Hi, Lula. How are you doing this morning? Yes. Me saying we're gonna be a little bit late. That's okay. What happened? Yeah. We went over those comments. Let me get my contacts on, and then I can start reading. Sounds good. Yes. Let us know how far you got. I mean, however far you got, that's really fine. We're gonna discuss spoilers today for what we read and what we're gonna be reading. But let us know what you got. Let us know how you're enjoying it, because like how if anyone for the people who did the homework up into chapter 30, how have you enjoyed it? Has it changed how you have enjoyed it? Has it changed any of your thoughts about the story so far? Has your opinion of the story been greatly affected, good or bad? Let me know. Been battling a headache and started it yesterday. Yeah, Christina just messaged the group chat and said that she had been having migraines all week. So like that's like obviously like having a headache is really gonna having a headache or a migraine is gonna like stunt your reading. So like let yourself rest, let yourself not have to read. Excuse me, I haven't really read this week at all, really. I've only finished one book this month, which, for me and my reading speed, that's odd for me. But I love the book I finished, so there's that. But I have not been reading really at all, anything. So yes. Hi, Ro. I read Anna Green Gables a long time ago, but I'm here for the company. Yes, hope you're doing well this morning. It is early for you. Yes, and it's such an older book that a lot of people have read it, right? So yes. Yeah, it is. And it was where she saved the sick kid's life. It's not as dramatic as Annie with an E made it out to me. It's not at all. And it really isn't gross. When you described it, you were like, she makes this kid throw up. And I imagine like you were saying like puts her fingers down. Like were you saying that? Either way, right? Okay, I was imagining really gross vomit descriptions, but it was just like, oh, we made this kid throw up a couple times with some medicine, and that was it, really. And it was actually kind of more of a sweet scene than a nasty scene. So, yes, and that also made her and Diana be better friends, right? Not be better friends, but be allowed to be friends, because her and Diana weren't allowed to be friends at the time. Oh my gosh, that happened. Right? Like her and Diana weren't allowed to be friends, and then the mom realized that she saved the child's life and took care of her in a way that most of the adults wouldn't have known how to take care of. And that was just so beautiful and so sweet. I loved it. My day is going well. I've been sick with a bad cough and a cold. Oh no, I think everyone is sick. I guess that's like it's going around. It seems like people getting illnesses. Like, it is the time of the year where people get the flu. Is that correct? I'm not totally sure about that, but yes, hopefully that starts to ease up. UK doesn't change when we do. Okay, so she may have changed a little bit before or after, I guess, maybe. Okay, yeah. Yeah, daylight savings. Yes, I remember them right in the last second. Oh yes, I heard you talking about this on Nicole's Friends the other day. I didn't watch. Yes, last night. I didn't get to watch a lot of them, or I really didn't watch any of them. But I heard you talking about it. How are you enjoying that one? Let me know. Let me know. That is the one with the girl sitting in front of a waterfall, right? And it's about it's called Identity, so it's like about some sort of stolen identity crime situation, right? Yes, as an old Robert stan, I hope you enjoy that one. Haven't read it yet, but I really want to. Yes, I have. I'm great. Glad you're good today. I really don't like how Anne. Ooh, okay. Hold on a second. Let me read that. I really don't. Sorry. Okay, never mind. Got distracted by a noise out there. I really don't like how Anne tells Marilla most of what happens rather than the book showing what happens as it happens, show not tell. That's really interesting. I don't know, I guess I didn't really realize that, right? Um that she mostly just tells Marilla. But I feel like I think we see when she broke her ankle, we saw that. I don't know. I guess I didn't notice that. I think that the story is very detailed, even in moments where she's just telling Marilla or she's telling back the story. It's so detailed, and you have Anne's personality and everything that passion kind of shines through it. At least the way I see it. Yeah. Do you think it makes the story less we're less connected to it because we're being told and not shown what's happening, or do you still feel a connection to the story and you really feel like you're in it in that moment? Because I certainly do. We don't have daylight saving times until we don't have daylight saving times until the 21st of March. The 20th of March? The second? Not the second, because the second already happened. So the 20th, maybe? Let me know. We had it, it was 2 a.m. on Monday, and it was 2 a.m. on Sunday, and it went to 3 a.m. on Sunday. So it went from 1:59 to 3 a.m. Yes. I will be listening to A Deadly Grind. Ooh. Ooh, is that one of those books about the first one is it's like a brand, there's one of the books is like a brand muffin. That doesn't help at all in my description. But I think I know this series. I really want to start it. I think I know the series. And we'll be doing dishes during Miss Prince. Sounds good. Productivity. Hi, Christina. How are you? I know that you said you're having a headache, so that's having migraines all week. That is sucky. So yeah, if you're not, you might not be caught up. That's totally fine. That's really sucky that you have been having a hurting head. Hit the like button. Thank you. Saying hi. Yesterday was crazy. We didn't. We haven't had a lot. We haven't had a lot going on in a while. Our things have been very normal. Yesterday for us, our dog went into heat. One of our dogs went into heat, and we always had small female. We only had one female dog growing up, and she was tiny, and so it was not a big deal. But now we have a Jack Russell Terrier, what we think is a Jack Russell Terrier Corgi mix. So she's like 30 pounds. She's a little bit overweight and like a 50-pound golden doodle. And yeah, so when they go into heat, there will be drips on the floor. And so baby diapers have been ensued since last night with the Jack Russell Corgi Mitzi. So yes, she's been wearing the human diapers. We just cut a hole in the back to put her tail through it. And yeah, and Sadie, the golden doodle, I assume will have to be in diapers very soon. If we've had to deal with diapers, it's very odd because like we haven't. It's been a while since diapers have been needed in this household. I'm 18, and then also like my nieces. It's been so long since they were babies, and so long since we've seen them. So that's not really a thing. But when my other dog, he got surgery, he was having lots of issues, and so he was wearing diapers for like months on end, because it was just easier for him to not have to like deal with us wanting to take him outside. So he maybe not months on end, maybe months on end, yeah. So diapers have oddly been kind of a common occurrence in our house, even though there's no children. It's just animals. They are our babies. I did not get done the homework. Totally fine. I'm a bit behind. I'm on 22 right now, fighting migraines all week. Please don't hold up for me. It's totally fine. Like, I totally understand that that's been sucky that you've been having to deal with that all week. So take your time getting there. Put us on mute when you need to. Yes. I feel the same way. Yeah. My nose has been really stuffy. That is sucky. Anne said that her mistakes curse her of some flaws. Curse her. Wait, let me read that again. Hold on a second. Anne said that her many mistakes curse her of some flaws. She learns lessons. I haven't noticed Anne improving in any way. I think it's actually really funny because she says that multiple times, like it is. I've learned my lessons, and whatever. And she doesn't mean I'm going to not make mistakes. She means I'm only gonna make that mistake twice. I'm never gonna steal your brooch again. I'm never gonna walk on the top of a pole again. I'm never gonna go on a boat in the middle of the river without any, or whatever the hell she was in, the canal, whatever, without yours again. She means those specific incidents. She's never going to do that one specific thing ever again. And I love her for that. Like, yeah. I just think that's so like cute. And it is not, she's not really learning lessons. She's learning specific scenarios she will never do again. Me and you having migraines right now. Yeah, that is so sucky. I'm on chapter 3. Well, I think chapter 2 is so fun. Like chapter 2, like meeting Anne and getting to know her is just, it's so fun. It's such a fun chapter. So hopefully you are enjoying that one. This, I don't know, so far, right, with the homework, with up to chapter 30, I feel like the story is less a book. It's not less of a book, but it's less of like, it's a novel for sure, but it's less of a novel and more of like quirky situations, right? It kind of feels like short stories, which I think that's what she said, wasn't it? That's what the beginning of the book said, was this was originally short stories published separately, or like little like tales in a magazine, and then it was all put together to be a story. And that's what it feels like. It feels less like a novel and more like short little situations. It's not really this like long drawn out story. It's just Anne of Green Gables and her Anne, ANNE, with, and her quirky little life as an orphan that was adopted, and her talkative nature and her troubles, and yes, and we've met Gilbert. We've met Gilbert, everyone. As I have not watched Annie with an E. I've not watched any adaptations, but I know that Gilbert is the love interest. I know that. Okay, because I know it. Because I've seen clips of Annie with an E, not on TV, but like on TikTok and stuff like that, right? And then I watched New Girl. And in New Girl, there is an episode where the main characters are two of the main characters are watching. It's not about the movie, but they're watching it. They're watching the original Anne of Green Gables movie, and they're talking about Gilbert and how when they were younger they thought he was so attractive, and how all this stuff, and how he's so romantic. And so I had kind of realized, and that like there was one like how they would like drop. It was kind of like a bachelorette party moment, not really, kind of, and it was just them. It was just two girls, and they were like high, and they were just watching the movie and just being like, I would leave my husband, I would leave my fiance for him, and they were just talking about that. Best show ever. Yes, it was like one scene in season 6. I think it was season 6 it was in. Maybe season, no, it was the end of season 5. Yes, it was the end of season 5 that happened. I mean, it is like a, do I not, I don't know what that is. When it happens in the show, it's like I know like the throw up scene. It's really nasty. What happens in the show? Okay, I don't know what those words are, but I'm assuming that's what you mean. It was real gross. Me and Mrs. Rachel are gonna fight. As the book progresses, Mrs. Rachel gets better and better. There's one scene where she's very nasty to Annie. Where she's very nasty to Anne, but after that, she's not horrible. She's not great either, but she's like not a worse character. Like, let me know how you feel about that, Lula. Let me know how you're thinking about her right now. But Mrs. Rachel isn't the worst. And she's very like I think she helps out when Annie like doesn't want to go to school anymore, and she helps out in a lot of different ways. Yes, I really like it. Yay. Yes, that's good. I'm excited to read it soon. Do you think if Annie grew up today, she would be diagnosed with ADHD or something? Lula was talking about this the other day, and as I read farther into the book, I would have to say yes. Yeah. Yeah. And I think, and at first I was like, I think it's just her personality, right? But I do think that it could be something else as well. Not in a bad way, but it could be something else that makes her, a quick talker or whatever, right? And I think that those, like, as I have gone through like therapy and all that stuff, I've started to start talking slower. And my therapist was like, you talk fast because you have OCD. You talk fast because there are too many thoughts in your brain right now. And because I listen on and because you listen to audiobooks at like a million times speed. That's why you talk so fast. And it definitely is like a part of my personality, but it's also because of the audiobooks and the OCD and the anxiety. It's definitely why I talk so fast. So yes, I do. And I bet Lula would agree with that. Well, Kenny, you can take it. Yeah, fight her. She has said some nasty things. She has gotten better, but she has previously said some nasty things. So go ahead, Kenny. You got it. Yeah. The 21st. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought, yeah. I feel like I'm not in the story when she tells her. But there are times where I am in the story because they're showed what's happened. Okay, so you're not as connected to the story when she's telling her. You're more connected when we're actually seeing it. That's really interesting. Because I haven't known a difference. Really noticed a difference at all. I'm trying to think of moments where that actually happens. But yes. It is the Vintage Kitchen series. Okay, no. Then, and book 1, I read up to book 6 in the Mary Muffin series and DNF'd it, couldn't get connected to it. I think that's what I was talking about, the Mary Muffin series, then. It has to have been. Yeah, the book 1, I started book 1, read like a chapter, and I was like, I don't know if I like this. I think the main character was rich. And that is my... I don't love when cozy main characters are rich. But yes, yeah. I thought it actually would have been farther back than that. And the audiobook started off with a little bit of like a precursor to the book and the author's life a little bit. My audiobook did, at least. And I was very surprised that it was that long ago. It's before... There's actually a scene, I think it's maybe 2 or 3 chapters ago from the homework, where Annie meets a man. Annie, that sounded weird. Annie egg someone, like a guy comes to the house and is like, I'm gonna sell you some stuff. She's like, okay. You know what I mean? Like a salesman or whatever. I don't know what it is called. A loiterer. I don't know. And he is a Jewish man from Germany. And I heard that. I'm like, what do you mean by that? Like, what does this mean? Because as a person, as a today human, right? And it's like, he's a Jewish German man. And I'm like, isn't this like... I just assumed this book took place in like the 50s because I just did. And I'm like, wow. I just was like kind of confused there, right? I was like, that's really interesting, because I assumed... I don't know, I just totally forgot. And I heard it and I'm like, this is pre-war. I'm not saying there aren't Jewish German people, but there obviously are, right? Because who doesn't exist? But what I'm saying is I was very shocked to be like, oh wow, okay. And then I'm like, this is even pre-World War One. And so it was kind of scary, because it's like, that man, depending on his age, I guess maybe not depending on his age. If he was in his 30s, probably he would be really old. But if he was in his 20s or 30s, I assumed he was older, but if he was in his 20s or 30s, he would have been alive during World War II. And so it was like, oh my gosh, like, that man, like, that's just like that's scary, right? Okay, it's scary, because it's like, he may have been alive during the Holocaust, and that's just like, it was just like a whoa. Yeah. Oh, we only put a page left. Okay, you're definitely gonna finish it. You can, go read right now while we're just chit-chatting about this, but you'll probably finish that in the first sprint. Lula, I connect much more to stories when I feel like I'm living in it and not just being told what happened to. Yes. I can agree with that most of the time. I like to be in the situation and not just to be told about the situation. But typically with this book, I need to like... I just love this book so much. I'm loving this book a lot. I did get done with chapter 22. Now on chapter 23. Sounds good. And to borrow from where we are. Yes, of course. Hope you're starting to feel better soon. Today seems like it's going to be a good day. Thanks, bro. Yes, I'm glad that you're starting to feel better today. I said cure, not curse. Sorry, I read that wrong then. Yes. Yeah. I know what that means. Yes. Sorry about that. Read that wrong. It is a cure. There we go. And that makes the comment make a lot more sense now. Yes, so it is a cure, but it really isn't. It's a cure for that one specific little scenario, and it's not really helpful any other ways. But she's just so cute. Tina, now I have to find... Now you need to find the Anna Green Gables movie from the 80s. I loved it growing up. I'm assuming that's the one they were watching in the show. And probably that is the best version with Megan Follows. Okay, so that probably, I don't know. I don't remember what Anne looked like. Oh yes, that is apparently a narrator that is really good for the book. But someone said, I forget who said it in the group chat, that is a really good narrator for the book series. But it is on it's abridged. So I was like, oh, that's sucky because I wish I could have read it then. Let me look. Okay, yeah. Anthony from 85. Oop, our phone's ringing. Is that us? This is dead. Okay. I have the house phone right here. It's just completely dead. Yes, that is the one. Okay, yes. Okay, I do want to watch it now because I'm loving this book so much. So that is exciting. But then I am a purist, and to be honest, I don't watch new versions. I don't watch new movie versions only, and I didn't watch new movie. What am I saying? I didn't watch new movie versions and only a little bit of the show. That's where, but you can still like the older one better. Hi Coda, how are you today? Yes. So you finished Anne of Green Gables a while ago, right? You finished a couple days ago. So if you're someone's here. Hello.
Hello. You know what? I just realized you guys changed time in the US.
Yeah, and that's what I had thought in.
So I'm an hour late.
I'm sorry. I should have thought about that. You're 40 minutes late.
I knew what was happening, and like I didn't pay attention today. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's totally fine. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're okay.
I'm okay. Yes.
My anxiety was like, she's definitely dead right now. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to look up. And I'm glad you're okay.
I'm so sorry.
But yes, I mean, I'm glad you're okay. We haven't done a sprint yet. We haven't read anymore. And yeah, I guess we haven't done a ton of talking. Only thing we've talked about the book is that Lula prefers when we see Annie's perspective and not her just telling Marilla things, and that kind of takes her out of the story a little bit. Which, how do you feel about that?
I hadn't thought about that. I'm just so caught up in how much Anne is talking. So yeah. I feel like that's all I can think about is how much she is talking and telling Marilla things.
Yes. And I, for me, when she tells Marilla, it feels like I'm in that moment with her too. Because of how much she's chattering on. I mean,
so much. So this may be an interesting, because I have had this conversation with people in the past couple of weeks, I feel like. Mm-hmm. I prefer dialogue. Like, I like to read dialogue as people are talking to each other I like to get the story that way, more than like reading descriptions of things.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Like I suppose I don't enjoy so much when the narrator is just describing stuff in the book.
Okay.
That Anne is seeing. I think I would prefer to hear Anne talk about it. Even though she makes me a little bit like annoyed.
Oh, you're getting annoyed by Anne and her behaviors.
I'm a little bit annoyed by Anne.
I've only had one moment where I was annoyed. It was right when I started doing the homework, which was last night at 3 a.m. And I was like, "Oh, she's a little bit a little bit much, you know what I mean? But as I kept going and kept going, I'm not annoyed with her like at all, at all.
You love her.
I love her so much. I love her just as much as Matthew does. Like, yes. So, so is it how have you been doing today? Is it like 4 o'clock for you right now, or is it
Yeah, so
like
it's
almost
like
5 now?
4:42, and my alarm went off at
Okay.
4:30, right? To give me a 30-minute buffer to like get ready
Uh,
to do reading sprints. And
yeah.
then I went into the Instagram to get the link, and then I saw like you were like, see you guys in 5 minutes, and I was like, huh? And then I was like, shoot, I screwed this up.
That's it. That me. I'm blaming on me. That's my fault. I should have thought about the time calculation. I didn't even like. I just assumed y'all changed when we changed, and so yeah.
Yeah, we don't change until the end of the month. But I knew that you guys changed today because I usually Zoom with some of my friends in Indiana on Sunday nights.
Mm,
And we totally talked about how the time was changing yesterday,
yeah.
right? Or
Yeah.
Saturday or whenever it changed, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And so I knew that you guys were changing time and I wasn't. I'm sorry.
No, it's totally fine. We have
I
not
feel
done
so
anything.
bad.
No. We haven't done anything much yet at all. Um. Yes. So, and what about how we read so far? That's been super like interesting. I don't know. I don't know. I can't. There's not like a specific moment. I'm like, I remember that, but it's just been so like I'm just enjoying it more and more as the story goes on. That's what I asked at the beginning was like, has it affected your liking? Has your liking of the book changed a lot, either good or bad?
Um, so I'm not really liking. I know. I feel bad saying it because I know you're like it's like at least on the last sprint you were like this is the favorite book that we've done, right?
Yeah.
And I can see your face. You're like loving it, and I know like I don't know, but I think everybody else is really loving it, and I'm sort of like I remember years and years and years ago when I read it. I liked it a lot. Like I really liked it. And this time through, I don't know if I'm not in the mood for it. I don't know if I'm older now. And so I'm like, I don't know. I relate more to Marilla than to Anne. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but yeah, I'm not loving it like you guys are, which makes me sad for me, but happy for you.
Yeah. Are you enjoying it or not really? Is it like a two?
Well, yes.
Okay. Mhm.
Yes, I'm not enjoying it. But I can't imagine I'm ever gonna read it again.
Okay. Mhm. Yeah, I don't know. I think that this could be. And now I'm thinking about. I'm like, I don't know if I would read it again, but maybe I would. Because
Would
I've
you
been.
keep reading the rest of the books in the series?
Yes, I think I would.
Yeah,
Yeah. Mhm.
yeah,
Because I've been looking for a comfort book because when I stopped reading romance, I stopped having all those comfort books I could reread over and over again when I'm bored, and so just on as background noise. And so this might actually be a comfort book I can just put on as background noise, and just
yeah.
like so yeah.
Yeah, when
um
I first read the book, I did the same. I was like, okay, I'm gonna read everything else in the series. And I just got everything else and just read the series straight through. So I really liked it the first time.
yes. Hmm.
But
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're much older. You were older than you are when you read it originally, right? No, I
yeah,
didn't mean this.
I thought you say you're much older than me, and I was like, well,
No,
you are
you're much
not
older.
wrong, but
You're much older than you were when you read it the first time.
yeah,
And
like I
so,
think the first time I read it, I was probably, I mean, I wasn't young. I was probably in my early 20s, but yeah,
mhm.
that was half a lifetime ago.
uh, I I think one of the reasons I like it now that I'm thinking about it is that I relate to Anne a
Yeah,
lot. Of
yeah,
course, with the fast talking, right? Like, yes. So I think that's one of the reasons. If I didn't relate to Anne, if I didn't like her, I'd probably hate her. If I didn't love her, I'd hate her. You know what I mean? She
Yeah.
can get on
Well,
your
I don't
nerves if
hate
you don't
her.
prefer
I
her.
don't hate her. Uh, I don't hate her.
Mm, that's good. Yeah. So yes, I don't know if my opinions have drastically changed, but I think I just keep enjoying the story more and more. And what I was saying, I think just a couple minutes ago, it was originally, at least what the audiobook said, it was originally published as like short stories or whatever, I think.
Oh.
And that's what it feels like, at least to me. Like it, maybe not short stories. It was published like little stories in like a newspaper or whatever, right? I think
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
And it feels like that. And it feels
It does
like,
feel like that.
yeah, just little moments in Anne's life and like chaos.
Yes.
Yeah. And each chapter kind of has a title, or like the first sentence is a title.
I do like that each chapter has a title. I
Yeah.
like books that do that, where it's not
Yeah.
just one,
Yeah.
like has
It's
a
helpful.
whole like title to it.
Yeah. Yes, it's definitely helpful to understand the tone of what we're gonna get. Yes.
This actually would be like you bring up a good point with it being written as like little vignettes. It would be a great book, I think, a storybook, maybe to read to your kids before they go to sleep, right? A
Yeah.
different chapter every night.
Yeah.
I
Definitely.
don't have any kids, but yeah, I would read this book to them
If
maybe.
one did have kids, they could read that to them. Neither of us, no. So yeah. Yes, Coda. Sorry, I know what I'm saying to Coda because you popped in, but how are you doing today? I already said that, yes, but how is you already finished it, but how did it go for you? Yes. I had to keep it at 2.5 to finish it this morning. Because I was like to get to where I needed to be this morning. And um so I had to keep it there. But it definitely I think I should probably put it down to 2 speed because 2.5 is a little fast, especially for Anne's rambling.
Yes.
Yes.
And the accent. Is there an accent in the audiobook?
Yes, British.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. Saying hi. The 80s movie was we were just talking about that, the 80s adaptation,
Oh, yeah.
and how that's everyone's favorite, it seems like. Saying hi. I listened to Anne at 2.5 and also Harry Potter 2.5. They have British accents, so I don't know. It's a little bit fast on 2.5, but I'm listening to it on script. So I have 2 or 2.5, nothing in between. But it's a little bit slow and also like an hour longer on 2 speed. So I was like, I can't finish it. I can't get to where I'm supposed to be today.
Yeah.
On 2, I have to do 2.5.
We had a lot to read. It was a lot.
Yes,
It
it
didn't
was.
seem like it was that much on Wednesday when we were talking about it, but I was like, holy cow, there's a lot to read before
It was a third of the
Monday.
book, and we read a
Yeah.
third of the book. And last night, I'm laying in bed like I have to read the book. I have to read the book, and I'm just scrolling on Instagram for 3 hours, and then I'm like,
No,
I
you could have
have
been
to
done with the
read.
book.
I have to read the book. I can't not. I can't go to sleep right now. So I
I
went
kept
into
falling asleep, and then I would wake up and I'd be like, I have to keep reading. I have to keep reading.
I went into the living room, and I was just like listening to it while playing Minecraft and knitting, and like, keep myself awake for a while, and then I would like every time I get a little bit tired, I'd pause it for a couple of seconds and like let myself close my eyes, and then so I didn't actually play it all the way through. Because that would suck. But yeah. And I went to bed, I went to bed at like 4:35.
In the morning?
Yeah, 4:35 a.m. Because I just had to read a little bit more. Had to read to get whatever. So I had an hour left this morning. About an hour and 5 minutes left this morning.
Okay.
So I read a little bit over an hour last night, I guess, too.
Okay.
So yeah. But it was long, the book. Yes, I'm a 1.5 girl. I need the characters. I need it to sound like the characters are in the room talking with me, like a normal conversation. Yes, I feel like to me, the speed I listen to typically sounds like a normal conversation.
Oh, because you're a fast talker.
Yes, but it's also like I watch YouTube videos at normal speed. Like I don't quicken that up, but audiobooks just sound normal to me at that speed. I don't know. Yes, that is the movie from 95, from 85 with Megan Follows that they were talking about. Yes.
I haven't watched any of these movies, I don't think.
No. Mm-mm. I will watch them. I'm waiting until the series finishes again. So until I finish the series again. So you watch the adaptations after you're done with the series.
Christine, are you reading all of the books in the series again?
Oh yeah, I'm doing that within some sort of succession, like quickly enough because I'm real excited to do it, but to continue with it. But yeah,
I think that's
I think
cool.
we were talking about that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Saying hi to Vivian. Hi.
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 Hi, Vivian. We've been just chatting.
Hey.
Yes.
Just been
Mm-hmm.
chatting. Thanks for, picking up the slack for me.
No, it's totally fine. I'm glad you're okay. That's um saying hi. Definitely getting my contacts on right now. Got them on, then we can go. Hi, new people. Hey, Vivian. Washing dishes, going to listen. Sounds good. Did you like going to the library, Tina? Do you like going? Not did you? Do you like going to the library? Physical library, we don't get to go often. But I don't typically take out books because we don't get to go often. But I love using Libby and Hoopla and stuff because they're my one of my libraries has so many cozy mystery audiobooks, like 300, and so it's a nice selection of books I want to read from. And so I like using my library, which is just I think it's all of Kentucky's audiobook libraries are in one go, or in one account, and so I have access to all of them.
Cool. Very
With
cool.
my one card for my one county. So yes. What about you, Vivian?
So I historically have been a library girl. And I do have a library card at the library here in Portugal, but I have not taken
Mm,
any books out from the library here.
mm.
But I do sometimes go to the library and sit in the children's section and read children's books in Portuguese. um,
Fair,
yeah,
yeah.
someday I will work my way up to being able to check out some not like X-rated adult, like
Adult, yeah.
grown up books. I'm going to check out grown up books, not adult books. That would be.
Yeah. Mm.
But yeah, I'm not there yet. But yeah, I do. We went to the library when I was a kid. My mom took us every Saturday,
Mm.
and we would take out
Wow.
all the books we wanted. Every week, stacks and stacks of library books.
Wow, yeah. Our library was pretty close to us, and it was, it was. I think it's called the Free Library of Philadelphia, and that was the library we went to. And there was a park attached to it, and so we would go there all the time and just hang out. There was a lot of like children's events there that were really fun. You would lie about your age for an extra couple years to get those bag of chips on that list. That you get a little bored and you get a little bag of chips and you get to like pretend to read books. I was pretending to read them because I could not read at that age. So I was like, I can read. I'm reading it and make up story as I go along. That's what I did for a while. But yeah, so
All right,
it was
Tina.
yeah. That was really fun. So like I think libraries are really fun, but we don't often get to go to one. I remember Anne dyeing her hair and got drunk on cordial being memorable. Yes. She in the book she doesn't get drunk. She actually gets her friend drunk.
Yes, Diana gets drunk,
Yes.
and then Anne gets canceled.
Yeah. And then the like throw up situation with the kid happens and that makes her um be allowed to be friends with Diana again. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Hmm. Um which yeah, but I thought it was so like I don't know, I thought it was really it was just never mind. What am I saying? I thought that when Diana was acting like that, she was faking it and that she did not like
Oh,
it. But
really?
yes, I thought that she was like, I just have to go. Oh, I just have to go home. I'm not feeling good. I just have to leave right now. Being like, this girl's a weirdo. I'm done being friends with her. That's what I thought she was thinking.
Oh
And
my
I was
gosh.
so I was happy to find out that she was actually drunk.
She was just drunk.
She was just drunk, just
Just
like
had some
what?
alcohol poisoning.
Yeah, just a 12-year-old alcohol poisoning, not being her best friend. Like I'm glad they were actually friends.
But how about Anne, like, saving the baby?
That was crazy because she
I
like
was like, does she know what she's doing? And then when the doctor said,
do you ever think if a child was like having whatever that was to like give them stuff to
croup,
make them grow
give him,
up?
no,
Like that would not be, but it worked, and that's what you're
it
supposed to do. And
worked.
like, hmm,
I mean, what if Anne didn't go? Or what if Diana never ran over
the baby
to
would
the
have died.
doctor's house for help? That baby
Yeah,
would have died.
yeah, yeah. That's crazy.
So I gotta say, I had some mad respect for Anne at that point. I was like,
Yeah,
wow. And she's so confident that she knew exactly what to do. And it was like not a big deal. She just did it.
yeah. Do you think Anne might be a nurse one day when she
I
grows
can't
up?
remember, but I feel like that might not be a bad occupation for her.
No. But speaking of Anne's future, we met Gilbert,
We met Gilbert.
which I know is her love interest. I know that's gonna happen based
Yeah.
on.
I didn't remember how like mean she was to him at the beginning. I forgot all of that.
And she just rejected him. She was like, "No, we're not being friends." He was like, "Fine, whatever," and left. And it was
She
like,
drama.
yeah.
In her slate over his head. Like,
Okay, that was
"I'm
her. He
talking
told
to
her.
you." Drama.
Yes. What else are we talking about? What we read? It skipped. It went. We went. We're kind of speeding past years as we go on. Like she was 11, now she's like 14.
Time flies.
Yes. But speaking real quick, speaking of dyeing my hair, I dyed my hair last night.
Is
So
it red? Is it reddish? It's
it's reddish.
reddish. It's
It's
like
reddish.
dark red.
It's like I guess it's
It's
more like
confusing.
bronze. It's like more bronze and less copper. It has like a red undertone to it, but
Yeah.
um it has like a red undertone to it, but it's more brown, I feel like. I don't know.
You like it?
I like it, but I wish it was more red. Because I did it because of you. And you said you would look
Because
good right here. I'm
Nicole
like,
Kidman, you would look great with that red hair.
yeah. And so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go buy red. We went to Dollar General, and I'm like, there's hair dye right there. And I'm like, let me get some hair dye. And so I just randomly got it, and then I did it, the next day. I did it last night. And it's just not as red as I wanted it to be to see how I would look with it. But
It
I
does
like
look like it does look darker. I did notice that.
it.
But that I can't see it well enough to like see. I do see a little bit of red, but I don't see it. Hang on, I got to make my screen a little bit like better. Oh, all right. Now my thing says it's 5 o'clock.
It is
Time for reading sprints.
sunglasses.
No. Yeah, if I make my screen a little bit brighter, I can see it a little bit redder.
Yeah, the roots are definitely redder. First, the box told me to put the roots on first, which is not how
Yeah,
you're supposed to do it.
it is.
In all of like other hair dyes I've used, it's always put the ends first because the scalp, like when I'm watching like hairdressers say how to do it, they say never put the scalp on first, always put the ends on first, because your scalp creates heat and heat is going to make it develop faster and stronger. And so you put on the ends to get them more time, and then you put on your scalp at the end. But my mom was like, every box dye always says put on the scalp first.
Yeah, every time I've ever had my hair done, it's on the scalp first, and then you let it like just on your roots, just to like here, like I don't know, an inch or two on your thing, and then you rub it in, and then you let it sit for like 20 minutes, and then you do the rest of your hair, and then you let it sit for like 10 minutes, and then I rinse it out.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But but I did do that.
But it worked.
Yeah, it worked. So, and I was like, I still have hair after this.
And it is, I can still see like right in here, there's still like some blonde to it, like strawberry blonde. I think it turned out really good.
Thank you. Yeah. But yes. So I was like, I wanted to.
And it does look good on you with your coloring and everything.
Yeah, and I like it. It's definitely darker than my other hair, and it makes because I bleached the bottom of my hair, and so there was kind of like a sharp line where the blonde was and where my natural was, and so it
Okay.
kind of makes it a little less sharp there.
Yeah. Oh, it's good.
Thank you. Yes, I'm liking it. So I got to Vivian.
Elena.
Only got to chapter 2. And I keep finding a little on
Capacities.
audacities.
Kenny, is this your first time reading it?
Good question. Maybe, I don't know. I am a 1.5 speed girly too, and talks really fast. Yeah, she does. And talks fast enough. I mean, the sound in which the 2.5 is when it's a process.
Oh my gosh.
1.5 feels like torture to me. You mean like slow torture?
Yeah, slow or fast torture.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
I went up, I can't go back.
Okay.
That is true. I don't think I've tried to listen to 1.5 in a while. But I'll do it if there's a strong accent or something like that. I'll have to go down. But I think it depends on the story. 1.8 is the fastest, as slow as I can go. Typically true for me as well.
Wow.
Because that's right under 2. I typically am at 2. Maybe I'll go to 2.5. That's what I typically listen to now. But I guess 2.5 down. I guess 3. My max is 3 down, or whatever the max is for the book, I
3
guess.
times speed is fast. 1.8 is fast. I think the fastest I've ever gone is like 1.2.
Yeah.
It's terrible. I'm a terrible audiobooker.
No, you just started listening to audiobooks when I.
Yeah, I'm terrible at it.
It took me forever to get up to 2. And it took me, I mean, I had been, and from going to 2 to 2.5, I was listening to 2 speed just consistently for like 3 years. And then I was like, I'm going to try to go up a little bit. And I tried multiple times and it didn't work. So like, it takes a lot of effort to do that. Yes, I may wait until someone joins me. Okay, wait until someone joins me, Coda. But that is to continue reading the series. Do you know what we're reading after Anne? Yes. We do?
Yes, I
We do,
don't.
right? In April, we're not reading anything because you'll be in America, right?
Right. That's
And
right.
then in May, I thought we were reading Lessons in Chemistry.
Yes, I think we are. Yes.
So, yes, in May, Lessons in Chemistry. April, nothing. And then I guess we'll have to find out what happens after that.
Yeah,
we don't know yet. Okay, where are we at in the comments? I think we're getting close to the bottom. That is really cool. I checked out some new books for adults, but they don't have the book that I like from the library. Ooh, okay. So I will go next Wednesday to the library book sale. Ooh, okay. For the 23rd of March. And then, yes, the exciting book sales are really exciting. My library had a shelf that was 10 cents a book. Did I tell you about this before? Maybe tell someone else about it. I think I told maybe Ro about it. But they had a shelf at the front and it was always 10 cents a book. And I had gone a couple times and it was kind of far away, so we don't typically go, but my siblings were in town, and so the 5 of us, we all went to the library specifically for me to buy a ton of Harlequin books for 10 cents.
Oh my gosh.
And I had bought $7 worth of them. And I had a giant tote bag filled to the brim.
That's like 70 books.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Do you have room in your house for 70 books on top of all the other books you already have?
And I don't know, I do not. Not anymore. And I only read one of them ever. And my brother was like, so you go through one of these like every other day. I'm like, I don't read. He's like, okay. And then they're making fun of me because they're Harlequin books. And like, they're like, look at these titles and look at these covers. And I'm like,
oh, wow. The titles and the covers are like hilarious.
Yes. And they're like laughing really loudly outside of the library. I'm like, shut up. It was embarrassing.
To mock you when you're reading those books from the library.
Yes. It was embarrassing, but I got all 70, and then now they are in the closet because I don't have any interest in displaying them. So, yes. No, she did not get drunk, and Diane did it because Anne gave it to her. It was not cordial. It wasn't cordial, but wine. She thought it was cordial. Oh yeah, she thought it was like that thing, but it was actually like some sort of wine or some sort. I will be doing my book haul, I think, the day before Easter. Okay. By the end of March, St. Patty's Day. By the end of March and St. Patty's Day on the 17th. St. Patty's Day already on
Oh
the
my gosh, I totally forgot about St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah. And I didn't realize it was so close. Like I think I'm gonna put some St. Patrick's Day stuff on like a thumbnail soon, just like as a decoration or whatever. But I didn't realize it was so close. It's only
I didn't really.
in 6
It's this
days.
weekend. It's
Whoa,
six
yeah.
days.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Make sure you are wearing a green t-shirt, or someone will pinch you if you're not wearing a St. Patty's Day t-shirt. Yes. I know better than to pinch someone at work. Yes, of course not. Because
No,
it's
no, no,
not
no.
personal. We're like, no.
That's not going to end well for you.
No. Where are we at?
As a general rule, I don't touch people at work.
Yeah. Yes. Roots should have been first.
Yes.
Oh, dyeing your roots first. Roots should
Yeah.
always be first. Okay, maybe I'm wrong then. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. Oh, roots should always be first.
Maybe when you're doing like funky colors and stuff, you're supposed to do the ends.
Yeah.
But like when you're doing true colors, I think you always do the root. I've always seen it done the roots.
Then I'm remembering it wrong then. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong. The ends are good to be last because they will be lighter, so it looks more natural. Interesting. Huh. Because I guess, yeah, most of the hair dye I've always done has been weird colors. I did like blue and red and stuff like that. And so,
yeah. Maybe that's why they tell you to do it the other way.
Maybe. First time reading it. Yay.
Wow.
I just knew it was about a girl with red hair that was going to live with a brother and sister, and she was mouthy. I did not know anything about brother and sister. All I knew was it was an orphan girl. It was going to be probably sad. It wasn't, and didn't end up being sad, but I thought it was going to be horrifically sad about a girl who was getting abused. And yes, that's what that was about. And I knew there was a love interest, and I knew his name, and that's all I really knew.
Well, then this book is nothing like what you expected.
It is not. It is not. Coda said he would read the rest of the series, but had to wait until he finishes his Read What You Own challenge, so maybe in the fall. Oh, okay.
Oh.
I guess I'm hoping to read them by the end of the year. Broke a glass bowl. Oh no. That is sucky. Very not great.
Oh.
Yeah. Hopefully it was in an area that's like okay to clean. Hopefully none of your animals are going near it. I have broken
carpet because that's going to be a mess.
That is a horrific mess. I'm just about to say, I one time broke a Pyrex glass bowl, and so it shattered into like nothing shards on my carpet.
No, it's impossible. You can't get it all up.
You can't. And it was months later, and I'm walking around cleaning my room, and I step down, and agony is being made. And I like hop out to the room, like help me. And my mom grabs a piece of glass, pulls it out. It was long in my foot, and it was paper thin, and
yikes,
stressed out about that. Tell you right now, and it was one of my favorite bowls too. It was like this like brown Pyrex bowl. It was so nice, and I loved it so much, and just like scattered on my carpet. So hopefully you're there. Yay, Mika is home.
Hey,
Ooh,
Mika.
hi, Mika. We did not start reading at all today.
Mika's on the same time. Mika, you guys didn't change time either, did you?
It's as if for you guys, it's as if it's not as if it's later for you guys and we've been talking for an hour and haven't read yet, right?
Right.
It's as if we're just getting started now, and so
yeah, that's so for me and Mika, this is our normal time to start.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, we haven't read anything yet today. So I think let us know what you have read of your homework, Mika. Hi, Paul. How are you? I'm gonna have you running in the background. Sounds good. Ooh, my husband just
Oh my
asked for
gosh.
a stew.
Yum. I don't know how you make that, but I kind of want some too.
Hmm. Celtic anniversary. Celtic Awareness Day, not anniversary. Hmm. I don't think I like beer in food. I don't think I like that or any kind of alcohol.
I think it gives it like a nice, like a deeper, richer flavor or something to me. Like dark beers. I wouldn't put like Budweiser, but Guinness is a nice dark, heavy beer. I think it gives it
Yeah.
a nice flavor.
Hmm.
What do I know?
No. Saying hi to Paul. The heartbreak is yet to come. I'm not sure if it's in this book or in the later ones. What kind of heartbreak? Oh no! Ah! It was in the kitchen. Okay, so there's probably no carpet out there.
Yeah.
I swept, then vacuumed. Hopefully, I got all of it. Yes, wear shoes out there for the next couple of days, right? Or next couple weeks. I hadn't had time to read further than chapter 30. Okay, that's great because that's where we
Perfect.
are right now. Perfect timing aligned. Yes, we do not do St. Patty's Day. Instead, we celebrate the other heritages. Yeah, we don't like. Our family isn't Catholic; we're Christian, and so we don't really like celebrate like saints. And like, we don't do like the religious aspect of it.
Right.
We do the like green and like yeah, that's really it.
Parade and the
Yeah.
beer, not the beer.
Nobody in our house drinks, so it's like my parents and I. Obviously, I don't, and my
Right.
parents don't either. And so it's just like green and like
The
I don't know,
pinching.
probably eat candy. Yeah.
Oh, I love candy.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Definitely. And my mom is Irish, so
Oh,
also kind of had that, or partly Irish at least. Okay. So we're getting into some reading, I guess now.
yeah, we are. We're gonna finish this book today.
Okay. So on the speed I'm listening to, we have
Okay.
55 minutes left.
How many minutes?
55.
Okay.
58. Sorry, 58.
58. All right. So we should
So
do should we split it up in two or you want to do the whole thing in one?
I think we should split it up.
Okay.
What do you think?
I agree.
Yeah, because I want to, what I mean? Like we had to read a lot. I had to read a lot this morning. I want to
Yeah,
get myself
I
ready.
agree. We could split it up.
Okay. Mika is gonna, I'm assuming Mika's gonna be reading with us. Lula, Kenny, and Christina, I believe, are behind. Not in a bad way. Didn't mean that in a bad way. I'm pretty sure Christina is behind chapter 30. Yes, on chapter 23, I think. And then Lula, will you be reading it with us? Let us know today. So will you be reading it with us on track? Where are we at? I'm trying to find the chapter. Okay. So the next chapter is 24 minutes.
Oh, okay.
And then 13 minutes. And then 15. And then after that, it's 20, 15, 9, 12, 15, 19. Oh, my lordy me. That's a lot.
We still have a lot of chapters.
We do. We have 8 chapters left. So why don't just do 4 and 4 then? Why didn't I just do that?
Easier, right? Just 4 and
Yeah.
4.
1,
Okay.
2, 3, 4. Okay, so 24 minutes, 13 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
That's a lot more than an hour.
That's at 1 time speed, and I'm listening at 2.5.
Okay.
Yes. And so I guess that'll take I don't know how long it'll take everyone else.
Wait,
But
say it again. I didn't do the math. 24.
24, 13, 16, 20.
Okay. 73 minutes at one time speed.
Yeah. What speed are you going to be listening to it, Lula? Yeah, I read chapter 29 through. Okay, that's exactly where we are. Yes. So will you be reading it? You'll be reading it with us, I'm assuming. What speed are you going to be listening to it on? That's, I guess, the question. Where are we at? But we do have a lot of Irish here. Yes, where we used to live, just loads of Irish people. It was all Irish Catholics, and so it was like, and also our neighbors were definitely alcoholics, definitely redheaded Irish alcoholics who were strange people and kind of violent, but so it was a thing of like, yeah, they're gonna be partying on, they're gonna be partying on St. Patrick's Day, but here, I don't know if we live in near any Irish people, but yes, chapter 23, but it's a reread, so yes, yes, just sprint for 30 to 45 minutes and then see where you get. I feel like we'll be able to read that in 45 minutes.
I feel like that the 73 at one time speed is really going to be about 40 minutes, maybe reading.
Yeah.
45 minutes reading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the audio, the ebook. Okay, so you're not listening at a speed. Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. Maybe try going down to 2 times speed. It'd be longer. Yeah. So do you want to do 3 then, or do you want to do 2 sprints? You want to do 4 and 4, or you want to do like?
So what are the last
3,
4?
3?
Are the last 4 like 73 minutes too?
The last 4. Okay, so kind of where are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4. The last 4 are 15, 9. What? That's on 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 chapters here. My thing is a little bit off. So 30, 31, 32. Okay, we have 9 chapters to read, not 8. Sorry.
Okay. So what are the last 5? 15,
last 5
9.
are 1, 2, 3, 4, 15, 10, 12, 15, 20.
So that's
3, 3, and 3. We could do sections of 3s.
So they're both 70. That one's 72.
Yeah.
So they're both even.
Yeah.
4 chapters, then 5 chapters. It's going to be the same amount of time.
Do you want to do that, or do you
Yeah.
want to do 3 sections?
Oh.
Or do you
I
want to do that?
want to do 4 and 5.
You want to do 4 and 5? Okay. Yeah.
Because we always think it's going to take us longer than it does.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's what we'll be doing. We'll be reading chapter 30, 31, 32, and 33. That's 4. Yep, that's how math works. Okay, let me edit this. Edit. Oh my gosh, this thing says read from chapter 3 to chapter. Read from chapter 3. That's crazy that I used to say that. Okay, chapter 30 to chapter 30, 31, 32, 33. Chapter 30. Read through. We know I want to put a space there first on. Nope, space. There you go. There we go. Okay. 1 second. Okay. Hello?
Hello?
Am I back?
Yeah, I see you.
Was I ever gone?
You were frozen.
Okay. Okay, that was it. There was an
But
issue.
you were never gone. You were just frozen.
Okay, good. Okay. So I have that ready to go. And then comment done when you're done. There we go. It did not like me trying to talk into the microphone because I was trying to figure out how to
Oh, yeah, I bet it was like, we don't know what to do.
I couldn't spell that word with my brain was like, I don't know how to spell that word, so I had to say it. Okay. Reading from chapter 30 through chapter 33. So don't start chapter 34.
Right.
Yes. Tina Frost. I did freeze. Sorry about that one. But I'm back now. Okay. So we'll see how long this
And
takes.
when done.
Yes. Happy reading. Okay. All of us who are reading are done, I believe so.
Okay, I'm done. I'm painting my nails though.
Oh, exciting. What color?
Oh, dark.
Black, burgundy?
It's called Singular Moccasin.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Like a
I,
deep
yeah.
brown. Cute. Okay, so right at
We
the
really
before
are flying through time. We're
we are,
flying through time.
she's 16, and that's crazy that she's 16. And she
Because like 3 chapters ago, she was 12.
yeah. So before we get into what has happened,
Okay.
and I think we've seen some character changing from Anne. But before we get to that, right
Yes.
at the beginning of the sprint, I thought about what Mika said previously, which was or who said it? I think Mika said it, that something sad was supposed to happen still, like the
Oh,
sad thing,
yes.
the heartbreak. The
There's going
heartbreak
to
was
be
still to come.
heartbreak.
Yes. And right at the beginning of the chapter, Marilla isn't feeling so well.
Yeah.
And Marilla has been having really bad headaches for a while.
Yep.
And right at the beginning of the chapter, I was like, she's gonna die. And that's gonna be the heartbreak. Is she or Matthew is gonna die? Because Matthew
Or
just had like
Matthew.
a heart situation. The heartbreak isn't gonna be romantic because she isn't with Gilbert. So like whatever. But Marilla or Matthew's gonna die. And that's
I know. Who do you think it's going to be? I guess I totally do not remember any of this.
okay, good.
Who would be sadder, do you think?
I don't know. Because I think that her and Marilla haven't really gotten the chance to fully explore their relationship. They love each other, but they haven't gotten that chance, but she's closer with Matthew.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, so I think one of them is going to die. I don't know. It's so sad. And I'm sitting over here like I am getting upset even when she's saying and she's happy. I'm like angry and I'm like over here like angry knitting like Marilla's gonna die. Like I'm just like
Well, she hasn't died yet. She's
no.
still kicking. She's still alive and kicking.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I would prefer it to be Matthew, but I love Matthew. But
I
over
mean, that would be a crazy ending to this book.
yeah, we only have like 20 minutes left, I think, right? I think I only have 20 minutes left, so
Because I feel like so like it is like a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. And then for that there to be death at the end is like, whoa, wait a minute.
yeah. That I would be insane. I wouldn't have expected it, but Marilla's like kind of debating whether she's gonna go or not to the doctor, and didn't I don't know. Yeah, so I but yes, and I mean the book. Guys, sorry,
You're worried.
I'm very worried. Extremely worried. Um, also her also the Anne's personality changing, which I think is the main thing we've seen in this little bit, right?
Like super changing.
Yeah,
And all of a sudden,
yeah, and that's to me. I felt like we lost a little bit of growth there that we could have seen, and it felt a little bit fake. But I also think maybe that's how she's making little stories turn into a novel. Is
right,
kind of like
right.
okay, she's growing up now, and she's growing up, I imagined that she wouldn't be like that all her life. She wouldn't be this talkative. She would just be more grown up. That is the way, at least for me, that's the way a child acts. That's the way I acted. And I slowly grew up, right? Yeah, though I think that I think that part of me is like she didn't put enough effort into writing that part. But a part of me is like she did because it was sudden because that's how like I don't know change is slow, but you realize one day something's different that you didn't
Yeah,
know
like they
before.
talked about she was going to have this last summer where she was going to be a kid.
Yeah,
And then she had the summer, I guess, when she was a kid.
yeah,
And then all of a sudden she was a grown up then.
Yeah. Hmm.
And I was like, okay.
Yeah. And I think that seems to me realistic as well. Like, I think it also seems realistic to a quick change because you don't really realize things change until they change. Marilla was like, suddenly she was taller than me, and like,
Yeah.
how did that happen? But it's like that's with a lot of things with growing up. It's just like, oh my gosh, like this isn't true anymore or whatever. It's just it's sudden, even though it doesn't seem sudden, but it is sudden, and it doesn't when you look back, it's like there was development, but in the moment it feels sudden most of the time for me at least.
I don't remember really. All I remember is when I graduated from 6th grade, I remember for some reason being like, oh my gosh, I am so old. I've lived like 12 years on Earth. I'm like really old. But I don't remember like acting more grown up. Um, yeah, I don't remember when like the change in my
Yeah.
attitude and my behavior happened, or if it happened like all at once, or I don't remember.
Yeah, and that's I guess the other thing is I like I didn't get to go to high school in like a normal sense or really in like at all. And so or I didn't go, not didn't get to go, but like so I don't know, I feel like I felt 14. I felt 14. I felt 14. I felt 14. And then I was worried that I was acting like a 14-year-old or acting like a 12-year-old.
Oh.
And as I got older, I'm like, I feel like a middle schooler, even though I'm 16. I'm like, Mom, do I act like a 12-year-old? She's like, no, you act like a 16-year-old. You act normal. And it took me a long time, even as I started to turn 18. It was like turning 18 was terrifying because I'm like, I feel 12. And I feel like in the last couple months, I feel like I've had that like mental like spring forward of like, I'm I can be more confident, I can be more adult than
Yeah.
feeling and right and like I think I've heard a lot of women talk about how like they feel 16 or they feel 14 and how they always feel like that number makes sense to them and that number feels like it encapsulates their age better, I guess.
Hmm.
And I heard someone say that it was because that's the first time you felt like you and not like you felt like you had a personality, you had your personality and you had a
Huh.
part of it, and so that might you might always resonate with like that age because it's like the first time you're like coming into your own. I don't know.
That's an interesting perspective.
Hmm.
Like, I always think, I feel like for a while, I felt like I was always 27. Like, that's the age that I felt.
Hmm.
And then it moved to, oh, I feel like I'm 36 or what, 34. Like
Yeah.
34 seems to be like the age I think I am.
Hmm.
And I think both of those ages were great. Well, not great ages. Like 27 was a great age.
Hmm.
34 was terrible. But like big events, those were the ages that I was when like big events happened in
Yeah.
my life. And so,
Mhm.
yeah, like that
Yeah.
kind of gets in your head where you're like, okay, this is like a defining
That's it.
age
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah. Definitely. Because I guess I was like 12 when I left 7th grade and left like an actual school, and then when we moved here I was 15, and that was like kind of traumatizing, and the whole situation around it was traumatizing. The reason we moved and then moving here was like a whole like I don't want to be here kind of thing, and so that was a lot, I guess. And so that age, very very, I guess monumental things were happening at that age, yeah, because I turned 16 here. Hmm.
And so in my mind, as I'm thinking back on like my memory of Anne of Green Gables, of
Hmm.
reading it and the whole series of it, I do in my head always think of Anne being like 17, 16, 17.
Okay.
So I wonder if something major is going to happen to her at like 16, 17,
So now,
that like freezes her, in my mind anyway, at that age.
yeah. Hmm.
Or, I mean, maybe she's 16 and 17 for the rest of the series of books, right? Maybe
Maybe,
like
yeah.
she
Hmm.
never ages. I don't know, but
Yeah.
interesting.
Hmm. Yeah. Because I feel like I do think she still feels like Anne, just a older version of Anne.
She's so like the whole idea that she's not talking as much anymore, like kind of throws me off a little bit
Yeah,
because that was
yeah.
so
Because
much
you
of
don't
her
see that.
personality.
Yeah, you don't see that come out. But I think that the reason she's like she's keeping it in is so Anne.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's just for me. It's only mine. Like, and then she rambles about how she's gonna keep it in. And I think that's also like first I was like that's stupid. I want to see. I want her to keep acting like that. But I'm like that feels realistic to me because I think choosing to like okay I'm gonna be like older now and I'm gonna like let myself be more mature is still just as reasonable as actually like just flowing into it on accident, right? I
I
don't
mean,
know.
for sure. At some point, you do sort of have to be like, all right, I'm not going to be a kid anymore. Like, I can't let my imagination run wild. I have to buckle down and do my studies. I have like to get ready for the rest of my life.
Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Wow. I feel like that little took a turn and now it's getting a lot more emotional. At least for me it is. I'm like I'm just like thinking about everything and like my stomach is like oh it's just um finished identity. Yay, got to 100%
Ooh,
into it is a 5.75. Do you mean
wow.
a is that out of 10? Is that close to a 6 star like in the 5 star rating but like 6 star like best book ever? Or did you mean 4.75? Like let us know a little bit more about that because I'm glad you liked it so much because I do want to read it pretty soon. Done. Yes. Oh no, I looked at the chapter titles. Does that mean that there's going to be something sad happening soon? Because I am already going through really emotionally.
There's only 5 more chapters.
There's less than 30 minutes left on my audiobook. Oh. Um, BRB, gonna
Oh my
go
gosh,
cook.
I'm so hungry, Kenny.
Done.
I'm so hungry.
Um, done, done, done. Pretty color for your nail polish. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
And yes, Anne ages very fast. I think um the rest of the books is her life as an adult. Yes. Because apparently one of the books is at the start of World War I. So it has to be in the 30s. So she's in
Oh
that
yeah. So
time.
yeah.
Yeah, it was written in like eight. So like, yeah. Um, yeah, somehow she just lost that and just like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Which see, I mean, it does happen, and you do, but it did seem very sudden to me.
yes. And that shocked me to be like,
Yeah.
I wanted a little bit more of that, a little more of how that process came about.
I feel like Marilla was sad, right? That now all of a sudden Anne's not being the like quirky little girl anymore.
Yeah. And Matthew is like, she'll always be that. Like, that's who she is. Like, that's right. And so it's
Yeah.
like, I remember, I remember who
Oh
dies
no.
from the movie. You remember which one it is. And that's the thing is like, what if it's not Anne or Merlin? What if it's like Diane or someone else? Like,
I know.
ah, I'm worried. I'm not gonna say anything more yet. Don't spoil it. We need to read it as an episode.
And are they going to die in this book, or is it like in one of the later ones? I have no idea.
I'm assuming someone's gonna die in this book.
I feel like people are alluding to the fact someone's going to die in this book.
Yeah, because the chapters and then remember 79% in the movie in that one movie. Also back in the 1900s, you were forced to grow up quickly. By 17, you were even married, etc. Yeah. Hmm. That is true, and she is. There are people. Are there people that she knows? Not getting engaged now, but like people are definitely, I don't know. School felt so long, and now I've been out of high school for 18 years and out of school for 18 years, which was longer than it took to me to finish high school. Yeah, that's it is it is kind of crazy because it's like I'm right now I never really like I don't know. School, the only experience I have is middle school and elementary school. And so it's like that feels like school experiences. And so it's weird to be so old as I am. Like not I'm not old, but it's like it's weird to be like I've existed for like blank amount of years, whatever fits in for you.
This
Like
is how I was feeling in 6th grade.
yeah, it's just
And
it's
now I'm like,
odd.
oh yeah, I have definitely existed for a long time now.
Yeah.
It's so weird because, like, I'm curious when you're my age and you look back, like, what your dividing line will be. Because I did, like, went to, elementary school, middle school, high school, and then on to university. But when I look at, like, when I divide my life into eras or whatever,
Yeah.
it's definitely like the first era is through high school.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I put it in like my 20, like 20 to 20, or yeah, my early, yeah, 20s would be another era. And then 30s and 40s is probably the next one. But I'm curious, I wonder if that's the same way for other people
Yeah.
who go through traditional high school.
Yeah.
And I wonder what yours will be because you
Yeah.
don't have that like
No.
clear dividing line between pre 18 years old and post 18 like
Yeah.
I do.
And I think that I've been thinking about that a lot as well, right? And I feel like it could be moving here, moving, to a different state. But it also could be my childhood dog dying, right? And
Mhm.
so I was like sick. I think I was 17 when that happened. Maybe I was 16. I don't know. And when that happened, it was like I felt like a couple days later or a couple weeks later, I was like, I feel like a different person. Like I feel like an adult. I feel like my childhood is done and that section of my life is a different thing. Like the
Hmm.
world like stopped spinning and turned a different direction and now like that's done. And like I don't know if like that was a different me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in the next era. You've made it into the next era. Tina. Tina's all grown up now. Our
Not
little
really, but
girl.
yeah. Not really, but somewhat. Um I still feel 19. That life the year my life really started with now with my now husband and here I am 36. I totally get what you mean, Tina. Yeah. Like it's
Yeah.
and like I was thinking it was not last Christmas, not the Christmas that just happened, but the one before that. I was thinking it's still like as time went on, I was like, it still feels like that Christmas. It still feels like it shouldn't be March or November. It should be last Christmas. And then I realized this year, like just like a month ago, I was like, there's a reason. It still feels like that's last Christmas, like that last Christmas is where it should be, is because that's when my dog died. She died the 27th, 28th. And so it's like, yeah, I feel like that's where time should be because like it just I didn't realize that like it's time is weird. Life is so strange and like it's so odd.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. I also feel like I've grown so much as a person since I turned 30. I love being in my 30s. Yay. That's great. hmm Um, are we gonna read the sequel books together? I would say no. Yeah, no.
I am not. I respectfully decline.
Yeah.
But you guys totally should.
Mhm. Yeah. So maybe we could do something like that for the other sequels that we have as well. Like Hedgehog Hollow. You don't have to read it online because it is book two for people who haven't read it already. This one. Um True Confections book 3 is being written. So that one as well. So maybe other sequels we could think about reading, maybe not on live. Is this the month you were born, Lula? I'm just curious because you might be 1 month older than me then. But that's a very curious month to ask.
How old was I in May of 2005? So that's, how many years ago is that? 17 years ago?
18.
No, it's like 20 years ago, 19 years ago.
It's
Okay, well, hang on.
Yeah.
So I was born in 1968. Somebody do math. 2005. Wait, minus
You were in
1968.
68?
So I was 36.
Yeah, you're 1 year older than my parents.
Yep, I was 36 in May of 2005. Why?
That's a very curious question because I was
I
born.
know. Are you my long lost child that I like didn't know I had?
I was born in June of 2005. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, are you? No, you're not my long lost.
No. My parents,
I'm so
they
curious.
were
What like?
35.
So where was I even in May? Oh, I know where I was in May of 2005. Oh my gosh, why am I like a million years older than everybody? Mika, help me out here. Us old ladies gotta stick together.
Yes, I want to see Tina in her 30s.
Me
Yeah.
too.
Me too.
In her 30s, in her 50s.
Oh, YouTube. Okay.
Oh, okay.
October of 2003.
YouTube came out in May of 2005. Yeah, I don't know that I ever even went on YouTube until maybe like, I don't know, 2015 maybe?
Yeah.
There didn't seem to be any reason, like there was nothing on YouTube that would have been interesting or that I didn't know if there would be anything there interesting to me. I was not like a big computery techie. I didn't even do like I didn't do anything. I was like social media, huh?
Yeah.
Computers, huh?
I remember when I started watching YouTube and I'm like, this is awesome. And I would just spend all day watching. I'm like, yeah, this is awesome.
That's hilarious.
But I don't
Lulu,
remember.
I'm an October baby too, though.
All right. I don't remember when I started watching YouTube though. Probably around like 2013, 2015, like you were saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I guess just like I was like 10-ish, 10, 11 when I started watching it, yeah. Mm-hmm. Wow, 2008, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, my laptop paused. Oh no. Hi, how are you? Saying hi to Paul. I want to read Hedgehog Hollow. I haven't read book 1. Well, we have our lives from that. Let me just skip over my lives because they were filmed with my laptop and sucked. So, yeah, but Vivian has some lives on her channel. I think I did 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, we did. I enjoyed Hedgehog Hollow. I would read a sequel of Hedgehog Hollow.
Yeah.
And I would read a sequel of the confectionery one.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Because I don't know when that's coming out, but she did start writing that one. I've not been interested in I am not that interested in reading the rest of the series.
I'm with you, Mika. We're too old, maybe. I don't know. I'm with you, Mika. I've had enough of Anne of Green Gables.
No, you did not miss it. We are still in the chatty bit. We've been talking for a long time. I didn't even notice how long we've been talking for. Yes. My husband was born in 70 and 67. Okay. So yeah, so maybe around the same time as Vivian. My parents were born in 69. My dad in January and my mom in November.
Okay. So I'm just a couple months older than your dad then.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hedgehog Hollow was a good row. Yes, it was. I really enjoyed it. Vivian, I would have guessed you were like 45. You're aging beautifully. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I would have never expected you to be, in your 50s already.
Oh, I'm an old woman. I've lived some years. And you can see them on my face, my jowl.
I was born in 76. Okay, so
76.
you're
I remember 76.
almost 10 years younger than Vivian, right? No? Maybe?
Yeah, 68
8
to 76, 8 years. Yeah,
years younger than Vivian, yeah.
we're the same.
Yeah. I'm no longer scared of aging. It means you're living. That's the entire point. Yes, exactly. Which is the entire point. Exactly. Yes.
The entire point.
I'm definitely not like I think aging is a good thing. I don't. It's not like when I was a child where I was like I want to be an adult. I'm like I don't want to be an adult, but I'm not scared of getting older physically wise because it's like that's what happens. I don't know.
Yeah. I've always liked whatever age I was. Like I never really, as a kid, I didn't want to be older. As an
Mm.
adult, I don't want to be younger. Like I'm just like, this is my age.
This is it.
This is,
Yeah.
this is what I
There's no
am.
other options. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, I started watching BookTube in 2011. It was like YA fantasy. Yeah, I started watching it before I was a reader, and I became a reader 5 years ago. In 5 years ago-ish, when I was 13, because I was like, these people are so cool. They know how to read. They're so cool. They can
But you're
read.
right. There's so much like YA fantasy.
Yeah. Wonder why.
Like still, even today, I feel like there's so much of it and so much like dark stuff. And yeah, I'm like, can we just have something like, I don't know, silly and romantic? Where are
Yeah.
the silly romantic people?
Yeah.
But they're here too. But yeah, I feel that like when I
Yeah.
very first started on this, I was like, or started watching YouTube and BookTube, it was all like YA fantasy, which I'm not like a giant fan of. And so I felt like, what am I like? I
Yep.
had a hard time getting into it.
Yeah, and so that's where I started with reading was okay, I'm gonna buy YA fantasy books. And
Yeah.
I've got a couple, I've got 100 of those in my closet. You know what I mean? Just like stacking there, like I don't want you guys to leave me alone. So yeah. Um I want to more explore women's fiction. To explore more women's fiction. Yes, same. Vivian, love women.
Definitely do come in May when we do lessons in chemistry.
Okay. That is women's fiction. Yeah.
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 It's all like patriarchy, women in the
I'm
fifth.
excited.
Like it's good. It's well, I don't know. I thought it was
Yes.
good. We'll
Stacy
see.
and Steph, did you know they read it for their book club, right?
Oh yes, yes.
They
Did
did
they
not like it. They
they
didn't.
did not like it.
I think Steph DNF'd it and Stacy gave it 2 or 1 star
What?
because they said that it had a lot of like they thought the main character was annoying and then she was like a man hater.
Really?
Which to be honest, I'm excited for. I love a book when you were hating on men.
Interesting. Well, that's good. That'll give us stuff to talk about. If you guys all still want to do it.
I
I
will.
loved it. And like I mean, all of my friends that have read it loved it too, but I don't, yeah. Maybe, maybe we relate to the main character. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not that we're man haters, but that's maybe why we don't see her as a man hater.
I'm not a man hater, but I'm not anti reading a book about it. Were there laptops when you were a teenager, man?
No, I had
No,
a
I don't think
typewriter, literally a typewriter, and it wasn't even an electric typewriter. It was like
a
click,
real.
click, 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 click. You had to use like really strong hands.
Yes, I think my mom also had one of those too. Like she used that. Or
That's
used that
what I took to
or
college.
whatever.
I didn't like even in college. I had a typewriter in college. Like we didn't have even computers when I was in college.
I think the first like MacBook or whatever came out maybe a little before the iPhone, right? In like 2005, 2003, right? I
I
think
have no
so.
idea. I have no idea.
Yay. Yeah, twinning. I really don't know what I should read next. Maybe I'll pick some books from my bookshelf. That's a good idea. If you have
That's
any
a very
ideas,
good
let
idea.
us know. we need to get to finish this book. That's what we need to do. Word processors.
Oh, Christina had a word processor.
Okay.
Never had a word processor.
What is that? Just like a.
I feel like it's a mix of a laptop and a typewriter.
Okay.
Like it's not exactly a laptop, it's more like a typewriter, but it is like computer kind of, so you can delete, like you can backspace and delete. And I think it has a screen so you see what you're typing, but I feel like it doesn't have like a computer screen. It's more like one of those little, like
Oh, yes,
a
yes.
little screen, but I could be completely wrong because I never had one. It
Okay.
came out after I finished college. And so like I never had any reason to have one.
Yeah. I've heard of word processors, but I assumed it was like a element inside of a computer.
Oh,
Like I
like
assumed it was like
Microsoft Word.
yeah. I assumed it was like a chip or like a here's the disk, it's the word processing. You put it in the thing and it makes the words process. I don't know.
Processes the words.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Yes, definitely give us some options. Okay. Where are we at in the comments? We have a lot of comments together, so maybe we should get into them before we finish them so we can get to the end of the book. Okay, it's so I fantasy or dark romance. Yes, dark romance has become extremely popular, which is strange. Going to Walmart and seeing indie dark romances is like, why couldn't this have happened when I was like 15 and was reading those books? Like, can't I have bought these books from Walmart and stores that I was actually going to back then and not buying them on Amazon? Like, give me a second. Okay, cool. I wonder what I'm wondering about aging is what happens right before I die. What does it feel like? Oh, I feel like to be alive is starting death. So, I mean, who knows, right? Because like that's not like I don't know. But watching hospice nurses, like look up hospice nurses. There's I don't know her name, but one of the hospice nurses on TikTok, really popular. She wrote a book about her experiences with hospice and being a hospice nurse and all of that jazz. So like, look up. There's two hospice nurses I watch on TikTok. They're great. They talk about grief, they talk about actively dying, and so like all this types of stuff. So like, if you can handle it, maybe look into that. Yes. That's why I started my channel, so I could talk about cozy mysteries, sweet romance, and then some fiction.
Yeah.
Because we don't hear a lot about those types of books.
No.
Is it historical? Yes. Tippy read it and didn't like it. Oh, okay. I didn't know she read it too. It is set in the 50s.
It is set in the 50s, 60s. Yeah.
Yeah. We need to read a Mary Kay Andrews book together. I loved The Weekenders, and it was amazing. It had everything: mystery, drama, romance, humor. I definitely want to read The Weekenders, but I also want to read maybe another book with you, Ro.
Okay, yeah. Mystery, drama, romance, and humor. I like all of those things.
Yeah. So we'll have to write it down. Maybe we'll see for our next book. I got my first computer in my early 20s. Okay. Yep, it was like a typewriter. Yep, we also had those typewriters. We wrote in blue or black ink, trying to options. That's interesting. No PCs no PCs were in the 90s. Okay. Huh.
Yeah, I feel like it was maybe 96 or 97, 98 maybe when I got my first PC at home.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And I like didn't know how to use it. Right?
Yeah.
I was like, I don't even know how to turn this thing on. Why do I have it?
Yeah, no. I did not have one, but they were in school when I was in college for the first time. Okay, makes sense. The screen only showed like one at a time. Yes, like kind of like a calculator screen.
Yeah, on the word processor.
Yeah. They had old laptops in the early 90s. The TV show Friends, they look tiny.
Really?
They're probably tiny and they're also probably thick. They're probably huge. They're like an inch on both sides. My brother has
I don't remember. Like, I haven't watched Friends for a long time, but it is like that was the 90s. And so,
yeah.
yeah, if there were laptops, they would have had them.
Yeah. It's like a step between an electronic typewriter and a desktop. Okay. That's where word processor goes. Okay. Here we got some options. So the subtle knife. I don't know how to say that word.
Sounds like a
Maybe. The Trails of Angels, huh? And last but not least, Smooth Talking Cowboy by Maisie Yates. I'm going with Smooth Talking Cowboy by Maisie Yates, obviously. Because it's a
obviously.
romance and it sounds good. And I know people like Maisie Yates. I know that like Sarah, the Book of Schnitter likes Maisie Yates. So I'm going with that. But you choose whatever you want to make. I didn't mean obviously then you can choose one of the books.
I feel like I don't know anything about Maisie Yates, but I like the name Maisie.
So 2 votes for Smooth Talking Cowboy.
Votes for Smooth Talking Cowboy?
Yes. So we're gonna choose.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Maisie Yates.
Ooh, it's spicy.
Not okay.
Interesting.
We're voting for the cowboy romance.
Okay. You got 3 votes for the cowboy.
Yes. I have no interest. I had no interest until after I graduated either. There was no internet. What was I saying? There was no internet until I graduated either. That's interesting. So I don't know. Chords? Trying to my brain is like they had to be corded then. Yeah.
No, not even corded. Like there was the internet. There was no internet. There was no www dot anything.
Oh. Wow.
So really the only thing you could use computers for when I first had my computer was like typing things. Or like you could play Space Invaders, you could get games like that and play it on your computer. But yeah, it was like basically just typing. There was no internet.
That's surprising. I assumed laptop.
And no email. There was no email. You couldn't, there was like, you didn't email people. There was nothing. It was just basically like having a fancy typewriter that you could delete things and type fast and like format.
Wow, that is crazy. That's crazy. I assumed it was the 90s that I don't know. Don't get me started on dial-up internet. And then oh my gosh. That's from a long time ago. I've heard about it from Twilight. That's really my only reference to that is that. I went to college for like 6 years and I graduated when I was 19.
What?
Whoa. So you went to college when you were 13?
What?
Good for you. Wow. Whoa. I went to the help group at LA City College back in 2010. Wow. That is wild. Good for you. Oh my gosh, I think I'm out. For some of them. Out for some of Am I confused or am I?
I'm confused.
Okay. Let's see. I don't know. Let us know what you're out for. Okay. I got my Amazon first reads in March. I forgot February. And the Lost Letters. Oh, you just got it. Okay, you just got it in the mail, I'm assuming. The one I picked is the Lost Letters of
Aisling?
Okay, let's go Aisling. Never heard of this. So you just got that in the mail. That's cool. Yay. At the moment, I'm currently craving literary fiction. I don't know if I've ever read literary. Like, I don't think I've ever read literary fiction. That's interesting. Yes, just like I'm like, huh? Like that's just wild to me. Oh, okay.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. Have you published books or are you currently writing some? Let us know. Yeah, when we wanted to look up something, it was It was physical encyclopedias. Yes, and I think about that all the time. I'm like, what if you needed to know something in the middle of the night? And my mom's like, you'd have to wait until the library opened.
Yeah.
I was the last generation to experience life without internet. I honestly miss life before internet took over. Um, I only need it for Kindle books and would genuinely, yeah, and would generally give up 99% of modern technology. I think that our world now, at least what I view it, is like it would be, um, it would be like smartphones are not going to exist forever, right? And so like smartphones are just like the current technology. And I think that smartphones like TikTok isn't going to be the future. It's just like I think I would hope and I would assume that we're eventually going to settle down with this technology thing and we're going to get a little more comfortable in it. And so I'm assuming it'll be more stable, but it'll also be less common. I assume that. What?
I feel like so much has changed technologically in the last 30 years that I have no, like 30 years ago, I could never have imagined what's going on right now. So
Yeah.
like, I mean, 30 years from now, it'll be the same. Like I can't even fathom
Yeah.
what technology we will have and be using. That's
Yeah.
like a normal part of our lives.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine what it would be. Not even if I was Anne and had her imagination. I'm like, I have no idea what it would even be.
Yeah. I mean, how can you know, right? Unless you're a time traveler. Done commenting so we can get to the next script. How long have we been talking? But chit-chatting is fun. Chit-chatting is fun. Some books you mentioned weren't really my cup of tea. So okay, yeah. But I'll sit out. But I can sit out that one. So maybe not.
Oh,
So maybe not reading. Like, do you
no,
not
I
want to
think
read?
she was thinking we were voting on the three books for Elena to read.
That was just for Elena to read themselves.
Yeah, so
We're
those aren't for our book
no.
club, right? Yeah.
No. We have no clue what we're gonna read in June, but we are gonna read Lesson of Chemistry in May. How do you feel about that?
I mean, we don't have to.
We don't have to, but we could.
I'll defer to people's opinions about
Yeah.
what you want to do.
Kids get iPads at 2. My nephew can use a phone and iPad at 2. So sad. Yeah, I got my first personal electronic at 9, I think. Yeah, and it was a Kindle Fire.
Like, I can see using an iPad because there are games and there are things that are geared towards kids that
Yeah,
age, but I don't, a phone, I feel like there's so much, I don't know that a kid needs a phone.
yeah. And that was kind of the thing with me was like you don't need a phone. You're not getting a phone. Like you're not away from us.
I
I'm
don't
not.
even need a phone. I don't want a phone. I wish I didn't have my phone. I
Yeah,
wish like I didn't have to carry this thing around with me everywhere I go
yeah,
and like always be available.
yeah. My phone, I have a phone, but it's not hooked up to a line, so I don't have like no one could call me or text me
Nobody
regularly.
can call you.
My all my siblings have iPhones, so iMessage and FaceTime.
Right.
My mom, her phone isn't hooked up to anything. She has a separate phone that is hooked up to something because we live in the middle of nowhere and reception is not existing.
Well, yeah. How do you, so you can't even call 911?
Mm, I guess not. No, I don't know. Maybe because on the plan, if you it's an emergency call, you can call 911 and it'll allow to go to any telephone provider, right? Even
Oh,
if
I don't know. Yeah.
right. I'm saying I think that's a thing, right? So you have,
Okay.
I think so. So when you do like the emergency call right when you open the phone, it'll like it'll use any telephone provider's wire to send the message because it is an emergency.
Okay.
But you're not paying for it like for free. I think,
Right.
but there's a lot of telephone providers on here that have no access near us. So maybe not calling 911 where we are,
Oh, okay.
which is scary. I hadn't actually thought about that. But we have a house phone. We have a house phone, and she works pretty good. She didn't work for a long time, wouldn't ring at all, and then the power
Oh my
went out,
God.
which means she doesn't work the Wi-Fi went out, didn't work, and the phone started ringing, and it started working again, which
That
doesn't
thing
work.
is like vintage.
Yeah, and it we actually bought it pretty recently, but yeah, and it has the screen so you can see what you're typing. And you get a little color ID on there, fancy. Yes, and so this is like the only phone that will ring in the house, or until like 10-minute drive.
Wow.
Yeah. hmm Oop, I am 20%. I need to charge my phone. Um, there. This is Irish historical fiction.
Oh,
Okay, so your book. Yes. Okay. Amazon First Reads is when you get a free ebook every month. That was why I got Salt and Broom. That's where I got Salt and Broom too. That's really interesting. I'm gonna.
and if you're not like Amazon Prime, I think it's $1.99.
Oh, okay. And so you can get that if you're Amazon Prime.
It's certain books. They like give you a list of like these are your Amazon first reads, and you get to choose from among like I don't know 5, 6, a certain number of books. You get to choose.
Hmm.
So if you have Prime, you should absolutely be doing it since basically you're paying for it anyway.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mika, that wouldn't be for Book of Those Road. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. No, Tina, it'll get worse. I don't know. I think I hope it. I mean, you gotta hope it'll be better. Next step will be just implant it in your head, and that's already happening. Yes. Attention spans are practically nothing. They are, and that's why I'm glad I took a break from TikTok, but I am back on it because I have nothing else to do. He actually, I think, apparently the first person with a chip in their brain has been implanted recently. And it's like I don't know. I think it's fear of the unknown, but I don't know. I don't know. The thing is like we're humans. We exist as humans. There are rural areas of the country. There are rural and undeveloped areas of the world, and that is going to continue to happen because we're human beings and we're not electronic devices. No matter how futuristic we get, we're humans with human emotions, and I would hope that would stay that at least some places. At least what I see. Um. Just something to think about. Yes, and know it.
I wonder if we'll be like, do you remember that? I can't remember the name of the movie, but it was with Tom Cruise in it, and I think he was a I don't know, some kind of secret agent or something. But he would like he could just say, like instead of using a screen, like having to hold a phone,
Yeah.
he could just like call up an image and it was like a hologram and it just would like appear and then
hmm
you could swipe through like a hologram. I
Yeah.
feel like that may be where we're headed, where we
Yeah.
are we no longer have to, but I don't how in the hell does that
Yeah.
work, right?
And that's the thing is at first it's going to be the rich people getting it because you have to involve you have to get sensors in your house to do that and lasers and all that kind of stuff. And so at first they would be only rich people, and so not everyone's going to be rich. Not everyone's going to afford it or want it. And there are going to be like there's smart homes now. Most houses aren't smart homes, right? So yeah. He just used his parents' phone to game, and then he showed me and opened it and played better than I could. And he knows how to use FaceTime. Yeah. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a normal thing. Okay, done chatting. I think it's
Okay.
pretty normal. Lesson in chemistry, yes, please. I thought the cowboy romance. No, we're not reading spicy cowboy romances. We're reading,
No,
hopefully, lesson chemistry.
I like neither cowboys nor romance.
You don't like cowboys, Mika? Okay, I don't care you not liking romance. I don't understand how you don't like cowboys. Um, kids get phones when they kids get phones when they go on TikTok and they get scared. They find things that are cool. Yeah, and try to immerse in
Yeah,
it.
it's
When they're
little kids on yeah, I really feel like kids on
TikTok.
social media is a bad thing.
Yeah, and
I
showing
can't
your
think of anything good about kids being on social media.
yeah. Mm, yes. Um. Yes, okay, and the younger generation assumes everything they hear on TikTok is true without doing
Well,
research.
To be fair,
Absolutely.
half of the adult population assumes that
Everyone
too.
does. Yeah. And like I was on like very like I don't know how to describe this. Like maybe like radical TikTok political stuff when I was like 15. And my mom was on the opposite side of it on Facebook. You know what I mean? Like very like conspiracy theories on both sides that were like out of the blue and we just immediately believed when we saw it
Yeah.
on two different social media platforms. She's 50, I'm 15 at the time. You know what I mean? So like, yeah. As well as the older generation is dying off. They can make anything seem normal to the young kids. Just look at history; it rewrite itself. It's scary. Yes, and that's the thing. I think trying to stay human, but also like not.
Yeah, that might be the movie.
Okay. I don't think I've
Might
heard of
be that movie.
it. My niece tends to do dances for TikTok. They're not old enough to have an account though. Yes. Uh-huh. But they post information they shouldn't be posting. Yes. If they That's the thing is I wasn't allowed to have Instagram until I was like 13. And so it was like it took a while for my mom to let me have it, which is completely reasonable. And I was also on Pinterest doing things I shouldn't have been doing either. I was allowed to have Pinterest, but it got interesting. Right?
Really? Pinterest?
Yeah. Yeah, because you're there and people start following you. Weird accounts start following you. And your feed gets weird real quick and then you're yeah, so it's a
Oh,
you can find anything anywhere, really. I know. The closest I get to liking cowboys is the series Firefly. Oh
I
yes,
don't
that
know
TV
what that
show.
is.
Yeah. I think it's a TV show. I think it's like maybe like a paranormal TV show. Maybe.
Huh.
I don't know. I think it came out around the same time as Buffy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Little girls should not be shaking quite so much. I agree with that one.
And older girls should not be shaking it quite so much. And really older girls shouldn't be shaking it so much. There's a lot of shaking going on. There's a lot of jiggle jiggle.
My sister is from the next generation from me and doesn't see the problem. There, I don't know. I think that there's oversharing on the internet, which is a bad thing, is a good thing. It's funny, but it's a little bit much once you say it, you know what I mean? So when you say it's never unsaid, or show it. A girl who is 12-year-old looks nothing like 12. Agreed with that one. I think that's
100%.
it's surprising to see like we heard about the Sephora girls and the young girls in Sephora just destroying it. And it's like when I was 10, we were a little bit less annoying than that. You know what I mean? Like we were less annoying than that. We were still annoying because we're 10-year-olds, but still. Um, I got hit on the I got hit on in the Words with Friends on Facebook and Goodreads. Jeez, oh my
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
I never, so like that didn't happen, but Instagram, a lot of weird people have tried to follow me on Instagram, on Pinterest back in the day, and then now on TikTok. And I'm just like, who are you? Like on TikTok, this like 50, he's like 40, 50. And he followed me. And this is a while ago. I wasn't on TikTok for a while. And so I didn't know this dude followed me. And he's like 50 years old and there's no videos on my page. It's just my profile picture, which is the same one here, and a description being like 18, she, her, bisexual. Like that is what it was. And then he followed me. It's like, that's weird because why is he following me? I don't
Right.
post nothing. He wants me to follow him back. Maybe that's what it is. Or maybe he sees that and goes, there you go. And his videos are mostly thirst traps. Really odd ones. Really horribly horrible ones. Not, they're just like an old man is doing it. Like doesn't know technology or anything like that. And it's just like, what is this? What is this? It's just him. Like it's, whatever. Right. And in my time, they looked way younger. Yes. I don't know. I see 10-year-olds and I go, they look young. Okay, I'm done.
I see girls and I think Like, I have no idea what age anybody is anymore.
Yeah. I don't know. I think maybe like old Gen Alpha is close to me, like close to me. But I see them. I go. Most of them look pretty young. To me, at least, they do.
Well, you
Um.
look really young.
mhm. Yeah,
I
I've
think
gotten
you look your age.
okay.
Maybe a little, like if I didn't know you, I would say you were like 16 to 18, I would put you.
Mm,
So you look
okay.
a little bit younger.
I've gotten more younger, but when I was younger, I got older, and I'm talking like I think I've told you this before, but my sister's friends thought I was her mom.
Oh no.
And my
No.
sister is 7 years older than me.
No.
Yeah. So I had a buzz cut, and I think I dressed maybe a little more like tomboyish or like a little more masculine back then.
A little more grandma.
Yeah, not grandma. No, I don't think I dressed grandma back then. I dress grandma now. As you can see, I'm wearing a house. I'm wearing a nightgown. Look at that. Look, it's
Oh my gosh, you are. It's flannel. It's great.
yes, I love it so
I
much.
love it. You're on Little House on the Prairie over there.
Yes. Um. Well. I don't know how my sister doesn't see a problem with young people showing the word. I yeah, I don't know. Um Hey Paula,
Oh, hey,
can't
Paula.
stay setting up my sprints, stopping by to show some love and boop the like button. Thank you. Have a nice time with sprints today. Hi Paula. I would think Tina is 18 to 21. Honestly, I can't tell age anymore, really. Yeah. Recently, not maybe like a year ago or a year and a half ago, I got 14. Someone was like, I thought you were 14.
Wow.
And when I was like, yeah, when I was like 11, our neighbor came over to cut my hair, and she was like, if you get drunk, you got to tell your parents so they can drive you home. And like, she was like giving me like 16-year-old girl, 18, like teenage, like older teenage girl advice. And I was like, I would never do something like this. She was like, how old are you? I'm like, 11 or like 10. She was like, oh, I didn't. Ignore, I know that. Ignore that. Never mind. I didn't know you were that young. People thought I was old.
So interesting.
Yeah. Um, my son brought over a girl that looked 16 to 18. I found out she was 14. That really, it's really scary when you have a voice. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That can
Yeah.
be your son. How old's your son? Is he like, I think he's like 16, right? Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah. When you get boys that are like 18, 19, 20, 21, and then all of a sudden they're like dating these girls that they think are 18, 19, 20, 21, and then it turns out they're 14.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's scary.
Yeah, definitely. Where are we at here? There we are. There we are. Okay. It's like stranger danger isn't a thing anymore or not real because of phones and stuff. Absolutely. Like when I was younger, I was taught stranger danger, kidnapping. Like I was taught all of it. We talked about this before. And our neighbor's kid, he was I think 7 years younger than me. He just like he would just not. He just wasn't taught any of that, and it was really sad. Oh my gosh. Okay, he's 28.
Oh, yeah. That's really scary then.
Wow.
Oh my God. Your 28-year-old son brought home, your 21-year-old son brought home a 14-year-old girl.
No, that is
That's scary for him
yeah. Mhm.
to not know.
Yeah, and it might seem creepy to be like, can I see your ID? You know what I mean, right? But like,
Well, and then you have to like trust that their ID is real.
yeah, mm,
All
yeah.
right, no dating until you're 50 and the girl is 30.
Tina and I can work so well, and there is an 18-year age gap. I didn't realize it was 18 years. Wow. I think it's because she grew up with older parents and siblings, and we had a similar life. Yes, like we had a house phone that looks a lot more old school than this growing up, and like that's what I used. Okay, I was on Facebook on the house computer with that corded house phone, talking to my friends. That's what I did at 11. Yeah. Exactly. And they have fake IDs too. And they're yep.
Yes.
And they met at the library. Huh.
Oh my gosh.
That's yeah. And it's like I didn't. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, we've gotten to the end of the comments.
All right, are we finishing this book?
Yes, we are.
Did we even talk about these chapters we just read? I don't think we did.
Let me see how. Okay, so yeah. 1 second. Okay, so we're gonna finish the books in the next break, obviously. How long have we been talking for? I need to know right now. Hold on.
17 hours.
55 minutes. Okay, so
I mean, we got to find out who dies, basically.
we gotta find out who gets dead. Who gets dead? Yes.
Who gets dead?
Okay, so yeah, let's do the next sprint. It'll be from chapter 33. Nope, 34. Nope.
34 to the
34.
end.
Okay. I'm gonna listen and not talk when y'all go. When you're done reading. Okay. The chit-chatting is fun. Oh no, I deleted it. No. I deleted the thing.
Oh.
Dang, nabbit. Okay, I'm gonna have to mute myself so I can talk in the thing. Hold on.
Okay. She's coming back. Come back. She's coming back. She has to come back. She's in charge.
Okay.
Ready?
Add that back in. There we go. Okay.
All right, I am ready.
Okay. So, are we ready? Have you read?
Ready. I have put on my top coat. I am ready to read.
Okay. We are done. We're all finished.
We're
Oh my
done.
gosh.
All right, were you sad?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
I couldn't hear you before we went on the sprint, to be honest. You're not muted.
Can you hear me now?
No, I can't hear you. I don't
No?
know why I didn't talk there. Maybe if you hop out and hop back in.
Okay.
One comment. Okay. Should we right back in? I don't know. I think it's because when I was talking, the thing doesn't like when I talk to it. Yes, let's just wait for Vivian to be back here. Okay, what is happening? Okay. Hello?
What is happening? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good. Good, good, good.
Yes. I think it was me talking, trying to write the banner that my phone was like, no, you're not getting frozen this time, but you're not hearing ain't nobody. Okay. So we finished it.
We finished it.
Hmm.
The end went very fast.
Yes. Hmm. So you're all done here, but I don't know what do we think? I know my rating. I'm so curious what you're going to be rating this book.
I so I am probably giving it a 3, even though I want to give it a 2.
Why are you not giving it a 2 instead of? I mean, you want to give it a 2. Why are you not giving it a 2?
Because I do remember the last time I read it,
Okay.
I did like it. And
Okay.
so I want to give it a 3 because I think it may have just been like the timing for me of reading the book
Okay.
that I didn't enjoy it as much
Yeah.
versus I just didn't like the book. Um, and I do think that doing the reading sprints with it makes it more enjoyable than
Okay.
if I had just read this on my own, it's an easy 2.
Okay.
Like, I wouldn't even have to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, talking to you guys about it, does help me appreciate it maybe a little bit more. So,
Yeah.
I'm going with the 3.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
All right. What are you thinking?
Obviously a 5. It
Okay.
is just truly just fantastic. Like, I don't mean to skip over the comments, but I saw a comment. Such a sad ending. It was sad. There was sad elements, but I personally I disagree. I mean, not that my door is open and my cat is coming in. Hello. I didn't know my door was open. It's not that it wasn't. Maybe it's not a sad ending. Is not true. But for me, that was a lot of negatives there. But like, it was a sad ending, but it was a great ending, and it was a happy ending for me as well. Like,
It was
I
like
don't.
melancholy a little bit.
Yeah, I guess yeah. There was sad elements to it, right? We had those sad things, but it was also like really happy, and I think it was beautiful and happy and a good ending to the story, at least for now. And I definitely did. I mean, I did almost tear up here or there, but the minute that he died, so Matthew died. That's really sad. The minute that was happening, I found some fleas on my cat, and so I was like, you know what I mean? So I was like, oh gosh, I have to take care of this, you know what I mean? And so I got distracted. It was a little bit
Oh,
distracted.
all right. If you had been fully in the moment.
Yes, I was like, oh no, I thought the flea medicine was working, and so it was like a moment, you know what I mean? I'm like, okay. But then I got back into the story, and I'm like, as we go along, I liked how it was written. I liked how his death was written. I liked how all of that happened. I liked the way the story ended, the Gilbert situation. I thought a lot of it was great, and I liked the way they handled the sad bits. So I would consider it's sad, but it's more of like a happy ending.
Now, what do you think though about her like having to stay back, or not having to, she chose to stay back at the farm instead of going off to university or wherever, whatever it
Great
was.
decision. Great decision. I really am glad she made the decision, because it's like, what, is she gonna away from Green Gables forever? She doesn't want to be, right? And like, she, I don't know. I wasn't really like, oh, she's like going off and that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing, right? Um, but I don't know. I think really she wanted to be back there. And I also think her teaching at the school is going to give her, I don't know, another opportunity. I don't know, maybe with Gilbert, hopefully a romance that will, come forth as the series continues on. And I don't know. Yeah, I liked that she stayed back, and I liked that she was going to take care of her.
What
Yeah,
about Gilbert giving up his choice school for her?
I was surprised,
I was
but
surprised.
very surprised, and I was surprised how quickly he was like, "So do you accept me as your best friend?" Because he's from that, I'm like, okay, he's madly in love with her. That's what it is, right?
Has to
Um,
be.
yeah. Um, so yeah. So I was surprised by it, but I did like it because I think because they both kind of want to be friends with each other. And also you found out that Marilla had a relationship with his
Yeah.
father. And
Yeah. That was surprising. I
that
was
was
like,
crazy, because if
at
it,
first I was like, is she making this up? Because it's like the exact same thing that happened with Gilbert and Anne, right? And I was like, is
yeah,
she like making this up to try to get Anne and Gilbert to be friends? Or
yeah.
I was like, wow, this is weird.
I didn't think she was making it up, but it was basically the exact same thing, right?
Yeah,
I did think that I did if she had done what she wanted to do, which would have been forgive her, then everything in the story would have forgive John, forgive his father, everything in the story would have been different. That was probably before Gilbert existed.
right.
If they were like, I mean, like that couldn't have happened. And so I don't know. Yeah. And if Matthew didn't die, then she wouldn't have stayed there. And so like her life would be completely different. And that's, I don't know. Yeah. All right, let's go through some of these comments. Oh my gosh, your knitting looks so good. Please teach me how to knit a scarf on the live. I will. Yes, it is. It is. It's pretty. I think it's pretty easy once you get into it. It's This is it. This is like the most I've ever knit ever. Like I'm not good at it, but
That looks good.
thank
I
you.
like it. I like the two different things.
Yeah, it's just the same like size yarn, and I'm like, it's like big and like fluffy. It's like plush yarn. And I was just like, I have extra. I'm just going to switch over once I run out of the gray. So
I like it.
thank you. I do too. It's been very fun to make. Yes, I can definitely teach you that. We are all done. Woo. I have to leave about 25 minutes. I have to leave about 25 minutes early for my team class, but I'll be back after 3 p.m. We will not be here after. Maybe it's 55 here in my time. Yes, I have sprints scheduled for this evening. I have them for 4:30. I moved them back slowly and slowly as we went on, right? But yes, I'm gonna do some regular sprints after this at 4:30.
Very
Yeah.
cool.
Such a sad ending. I almost cried, and I never cry while reading.
Oh,
Oh, it's probably the closest I've ever gotten. That is surprising. Yeah, wow.
did
It's not
you
surprising.
like when Matthew died? You cried, almost cried.
I would assume so. Yeah, I did as well. I did definitely almost cried. I think it's less common now that I cry while reading, but I definitely cry probably a good bit while reading. It's something that happens, frequently.
It happens.
Yeah. But yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't a sad ending, but I think that I liked the way it ended, I guess.
I thought maybe Marilla was going to die too, the way they were going on for a while. I
Yeah.
was like, holy cow, is this going to be like a double death?
Yeah.
But no.
Yeah. And I'm glad I think everything worked out the way it should have worked out, and things like everything just like fit in so perfectly, and like it was sad and upsetting, but like it was still good. Like life is still good, and her realizing that was like really beautiful. I liked that a lot. I can hear you great. Okay. Many books are meant for younger female readers that end like that. Huh. Okay.
Yes.
Bright young girl gives up her dreams. That is, I guess that is true. I mean that definitely seems true, especially in that time, right? But I did not. I didn't really see it as like her giving up her dreams. I saw it as her giving up success for a life she would want just as much. What do you think?
I don't know that she wants it just as much because she wouldn't have done it if Marilla didn't have to sell the house or sell the farm, right? She wouldn't have done any of it. She would have gone off and continued on like her dream life or on her she had goals and she had, like sort of a plan, and she would have just kept on with that. But she didn't because she didn't want Marilla to sell the house.
Was and correct me if I'm wrong here, but do we think teaching was her dream? Like doing that and going to college, was that her dream life? Or was it, to me, it seemed like the path she was shown that was like, okay, I like studying, I like being successful, which isn't a bad thing, and I'm going to continue with it, and I'm going to keep like besting Gilbert, right? And that's what
Yeah.
I'm doing. And okay, I'm going to the different place because I enjoy the city a little bit less. I enjoy the city a little bit less than, Avon, right? So it's like, I don't know. I think this is true for, real life and a lot of stories. But I thought I don't know, I feel like she would like being at Green Gables a lot more than being in Queen or wherever they were going.
I mean, maybe, but it's definitely a completely different
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
career. It's not a career. Like it's
No.
basically just, it's yeah, yeah. And is she happy? Who knows? Like, yes, because in the end, it all works out. Like, you know, the choices you make all end up being fine, but she could have been and was on a very different path.
Yes.
A better path? Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
We'll never know because she made the choice.
Yes. 4 stars. It would have been 3, but it was just so emotional. Fair.
Oh, so Josie's thinking what I was like. You're giving it more stars than you think you should because of yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. Mm. Happy you loved it, Tina. I'm a believer that a book can impact you very differently on when you read it. Absolutely, yes. Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, like, I never expected this book to impact me. Like, I was like, I don't really want to read this book, but like, we're reading it, so I'm reading it. And I'm just like, the minute I started, it was just amazing. So, like, yeah, like, I was like, I don't read middle grade. I don't care about this little girl and her abusive life. I just don't want to do it. But it just ended up being like so perfection. And like, even with like Salt and Broom, I was like, I do not want to read this book at all. And then we're in it, and I'm like, this is great.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Well, I am glad you liked it.
Is Marilla even capable of making up things?
Marilla, I think, was maybe my favorite character as the story went on. Because I liked how she grew and how she really did fall in love with Anne and was trying to raise her, embracing all of her quirkiness. And yeah, so I think Marilla was my favorite character.
Mm. Yeah, I liked Marilla and her personality, and by the end, the way she kind of like, I don't know, came back, it was just really cute. It was just
I
really,
think she had the biggest character arc, like the
yeah,
biggest change,
definitely. For sure. Is that 5 weight? No, it's 6 weight. So it's what is it? It's Bernat blanket. Yes, it's Bernat blanket yarn. It looks like a weave-in basket. Yeah. So it's a pretty easy stitch. I did. It's really simple. I love when books make me cry. It doesn't happen often. No. Yes. I didn't end up crying. I thought I was gonna cry with this one, but I didn't. I almost cried when Anne decided to stay at Green Gables when she found out about Marilla's eyes. Yeah. I was not expecting it to be that.
I wasn't either.
No. I was thinking like brain cancer. Or like I don't know if they knew about brain cancer back then, but I was expecting brain cancer.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't know what I was expecting, a stroke or something, but I wasn't expecting her to be going blind. Yeah.
yeah.
Ooh.
And that really like put a okay, like it was like a lot less severe than I thought it was gonna be. And also like I'm assuming blind, like I feel like you're giving up with her. It's like you're giving up your hobbies to keep your sight and maybe keep it, or you're giving up you're giving up your hobbies by going blind. So like it's here nor there, right? And like Anne was like, I can read to you. And it was like
But
blind.
I'd rather give up my hobbies than go blind.
Well, if you go blind, then you've given up your hobbies.
Yeah,
I
but you
suppose.
can also still see and do other stuff. And
And for at least a
I
little
mean, I
bit
guess
though.
blind people do all that kind of stuff anyway, but it would be hard to adjust, I think.
Especially back then. Yes. I'm not saying it wouldn't be difficult. It wouldn't be difficult to adjust, but I think that it would be I don't know. And so it's like she probably would have gone blind eventually if she had, you know what I mean? Like don't read, don't sew. It's like that's
I mean,
stuff like you don't
those
get
are like
in
1900, 1920s
like
uh,
necessities.
cures for whatever glaucoma or whatever it is that she had, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, they don't work. I
Yeah.
don't think. Don't read and you won't go blind. Don't sew and you won't go blind. That
Yeah.
makes no sense to me, but that's what the doctor thinks. So
Yeah. hmm I thought Marilla might have gotten a brain. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought as well. I'm still here. I'm still here and still listening to the book. How far are you into it? Yes, let us know. Let us know. Some books just get me. Damn, look at Invisible Ninja chopping invisible onions.
Mika, did this one make you cry?
Yes, good question. Did you say what you rated it yet, Mika? Let us know what you
I think
ended up
so.
rating it. Go ahead. She's only 16, which at the end she was not acting. I feel like she was acting a lot older. You can only see how her life you only get to see how her life develops. I know what she does in book 2. But I never read past that. Something bad happened that made you stop reading, or is it like you just didn't continue? I mean, so many things changed in this book. I'm sure things will change in the next book. For me, it seems like she didn't know other options, so she thought she should be a teacher because it was one of the few options she knew about. Exactly. People were like, "You want to be a teacher?" She'd be like, "Sure." Like that's to me what it felt like. So it's like I don't know if that was like her dream career. Um.
Well, I think that's what going on to the next level of university would have opened up other paths to her.
Yeah, that is true.
But
Yes.
not going there, her only option is to be a teacher.
Yeah. hmm She really wanted to be a foreign minister, but she needed to marry for that because at the time women couldn't just do that without a spouse in the same field. Hmm.
Plus, she didn't really believe in God. Well, maybe she believed in God, but she wasn't like
Yeah.
religious. But she did want to like have an impact in the world.
Yeah. hmm Women were limited in the 1918. Being a teacher instead of a homemaker was a big deal. Yeah, and like even Mrs. Rachel was like, "You're being a teacher. You're learning things. What do you? That's not for women to do."
Right.
Yeah. Read the synopsis of the next book, and the series changes a lot.
Ooh.
I'm very curious. I'm really excited to continue. Um, I don't. I don't know. I don't know I can rate it. I read it many times as a child and teen. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I never continued and I was like 15. Okay, so it's been a while since you read book 2. Yeah. Yeah, I did tear up at the end. Not that much though.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, so you enjoyed it. I don't know. Mhm. Okay. Anything else you can talk about with the book? What did I just say? Is there anything else we have to talk about the book? There you go.
I don't think so.
All right.
Will you
Um,
read? I was going to say, would you recommend it to people? Like
yes.
you would read it again, and you would definitely recommend it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I would recommend it as like a cozy like read and not as like a like I yeah. Because I would try to be clear when I recommend it and say this is a cozy book because I did not know it was that a cozy book, right? Like
Yeah,
so
you thought it was going to be like orphan sad.
yeah. But it was orphan happy. For me, being a teacher is a very feminine job, especially a teacher of children. To me, anything raising or caring for children is feminine, like traditional. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, and I think as a, I don't know, I was very shocked to have male teachers in school, and I also like kind of afraid of men, and so it's like I don't want male teachers. I only want female teachers, because it's like I don't know. So yeah, but I
I only
know.
had one male teacher. My sixth grade teacher was male, but all of my other teachers all through school were women.
Mhm. I think our gym teacher was in middle school and elementary school. Our gym teacher was a man. Music teacher for some of it was a man, and who else? Anyone else? I don't think so. Other than substitutes, I didn't have an actual male teacher.
I
Um,
had some male teachers in like junior high and high school, but like in the young elementary school, just sixth grade.
mhm. Yeah, there were male teachers at the school, but they weren't teachers of my class, or they were teachers for older kids. Like my sister had male teachers in that school before 8th grade, but I never had those teachers. So, um, Tina, I think you would love some uh classic middle grade books. Yeah, I mean, I loved this one. I don't know. I don't really know any other ones. Like, what what other ones are there? Right? Um, let me know. Let me know. You can message me about that and let me
I
know.
think if you love this one, I think you should definitely read the rest of the series.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. That's the plan. But
Yeah.
I don't know of any other classic middle grade books.
I don't know of any others like this. I'm trying to think. Oh,
Ooh,
well, yeah, Little Women.
that book is sad at the end. This book is
Oh,
also sad at the end.
well, so is this one.
I need to, yeah.
I'm trying to think what other books I would have read that would have been like similar to this, middle grady. And I can't think of any.
Mm, yeah. Um, I think I want to read some of them. Yeah, I definitely reread some of them. Yeah, I haven't read like I've never really read any classics. So like this is it's not my first classic I finished, but one of the first five probably. I'm surprised and caught. I'm surprised and caught up at 12 years old in school. She really never gone to school before. Wow, yeah, I didn't even think about that. Like she had she been educated at home before? Do you remember that happening?
I think not very. I think she did go to school when she was at the orphanage, but she wasn't at the orphanage very long. And I don't know that the foster homes or the other homes that she was in would have given her any kind of education.
Yeah, that is definitely surprising then. Yeah. Hmm. Yes, Little Women is one. Oh, The Secret Garden.
Oh, I never
Okay.
read The Secret Garden.
I think I have that in physical copy. My sister read it. I know she read it. That's why we have it. Um I didn't get into reading until I was 13 with Harry Potter, which Tina desperately needs to read. Yes, I've only read the first one.
Okay. I was like, I can't believe you haven't read Harry Potter. I
Yeah, no,
put off reading Harry Potter forever because I was like, it's a children's book. I don't want to read it. And then finally, the first time I was in Edinburgh, I was like, fine, I'll read it. And yeah, that was another one that I literally just read all of the books until they were done.
wow. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like it's a children's book. I don't want to reread book one because I've only read book one, no movies. Um,
Yeah, I haven't seen any movies.
I don't want to do that, but it's like maybe I'll enjoy it. Maybe I'll enjoy The Secret Garden too, or Little Women. I don't know. I read growing up a little bit, but nothing that stood out. Yeah. I always thought I hated historical fiction. Turns out I just hate historical romance. That's interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
You
'Cause
hate all romance or just historical romance?
good question. I don't I've only read a couple historical romances. I have a ton of them, but I was like, I want to read all these books, and then I was like, this is too much. So it's very like there's a lot going on. There's like dukes and duchesses and like queens and like happening. And I'm just like, I don't know what's going on here, so whatever. But yeah. And I just think it's just a lot to process. You have all these details, have all this history that like I certainly don't know.
I like historical fiction and historical romance. I like anything historical.
Mm, yeah. I think that's why you guys liked the lines we leave behind more than I
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Mm, yeah. Hmm. I have a copy of The Secret Garden. I watched the cartoon movie adaptation as a child.
Oh, wow.
Loved it. I think I've seen little clips of it here or there, or one of the movies, but I've never really watched it.
I
So,
have heard of The Secret Garden, but I don't know anything about it.
Me neither. I'm assuming it's about a secret garden. I'm pretty sure
It's
it
about a
is.
little girl,
Yes.
but I don't know what's happening in The Secret Garden.
No. Just historical romance. I like fantasy and contemporary, though.
Interesting.
Mm, that's interesting.
Huh.
Yeah. I mean, what is there a reason? Is it because of
I know, I wonder why.
the like the power structures, power dynamics, the romances? Like what is it that makes you not like that? That's interesting. I need to read the last Harry Potter. I read the last Harry Potter book when it came out in 2007. It was over 7 in one day. Oh my gosh, I didn't read that part. In one day, it was over 700 pages, and then immediately start rereading it.
Wow.
That is dedication I don't have. Um, there are a few versions of The Secret Garden.
Like film versions.
Probably, yeah. Hmm. Um, the interesting thing is the author of Little Women was a sappy.
Thought it was a sappy tripe, but she needed the money.
What is a sappy tripe?
Like a silly, like irrelevant book.
Oh,
Like
oh,
sappy. It was sappy and it was like stupid and silly and like, you
thought
know.
it was a sappy tripe. I thought it was saying she was a sappy tripe, and I'm like,
Oh,
I don't know what that is. It doesn't sound good. And it needed the money. She wrote Gothic novels under a different name. Really? There's a lot of discussion about her and like her. A lot of discussion about her and maybe people. A lot of people think she's like trans. And so yeah. I think so. Could be wrong about that. I especially don't like Amish romances. Okay, it was the only romance my parents would let me read as a kid, and I was bored. That's why I said, oh, obviously not. It's an Amish book. Fair. Yeah. I mean, I never read Amish romance. My parents didn't know, and then they knew, and then they were fine with it. So yeah, I never read Amish. I don't think I've ever read read one or two Christian romances. I'm not totally sure. My favorite is the one with Colin Flint. Flinch.
I like
Firth in it.
Colin Firth.
Okay. In the older one, Colin Firth is also in the newer one, but he plays a different part. Okay. Harry Potter was all I read for 10 years
Wow.
until I tried new books when the series was over. I needed to reread it because it's been 10 years since I read it. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Because I haven't read it since I was 20. There you go. That's the sentence. Yeah. Wow. I do wanna try it because I'm like, I should read this. I'm gonna like it.
I
Right.
know.
But
I was surprised at how much I really, really, really liked it. All like there might have been one book or something in the middle that I wasn't crazy about, but not enough to stop reading the series. Like that's all I read for probably 2 weeks when I was in Edinburgh. Just like I don't even know how many books were out at the time. The series wasn't finished, but there were like 5, 6 books, I feel
wow.
like.
In a week. That's awesome.
Yeah, because I couldn't put them down. I was like, what's gonna happen next? What's going on now? It's not the kind of book I normally and it's not a genre, like fantasy and all of that isn't
Yeah,
really
no.
interesting to me so much, but now it is apparently because I loved it.
Yeah. There we go. Trope? No, I think they meant tripe. Tripe is another word for rubbish. Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever heard that before. And the little she did know, Little Women would be one of the most famous books of all time. Absolutely, yes. How many? It has like 3 movie adaptations, right? There's a bunch of them. He plays the cousin in the older one, and then the uncle in the newer one. Haven't watched that one yet. That's interesting. I like when the shows do that, when they like cast the same actor as a different character. Little Women is more famous than the Odyssey. I don't know. I would say, I don't know.
More popular, maybe, than the
Yeah.
Odyssey. The Odyssey is a tough read.
Yeah.
Little Women is like a novel. The
Uh-huh.
Odyssey is a tough read, I think.
Yeah. I've never read the Odyssey either. I've heard tripe before, but was just checking because or the Iliad. Iliad?
Yeah, the Iliad and the Odyssey are ancient ancient Greek. Yeah, it's about the Trojan War and Helen of Troy, Odysseus's journey back from the Trojan War, and all like the Cyclops, the sirens, like all of that stuff that you've probably heard but didn't realize it was part of the Odyssey and the Iliad. Yeah, and they're poems, like ancient Greek poems written in like ancient Greek, whatever it is. They're hard to read. I took a class in college and we studied both of them, and it was rough.
Yeah.
It was rough.
I can imagine that. Especially with that much like stuff to it. Yeah. That is a lot.
But they're the stories that we all know, right? About the sailors that you hear the siren song and that you jump overboard and commit suicide because the siren, like it's stories that you know, right? The Trojan horse, the Helen of Troy, the launched 1,000 ships. Like there's stories that you know, and then you're like, oh wait, this is all part of the Odyssey and the Iliad.
Yeah. So they were written back then.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. I knew they were Greek, like Greek mythology, but I thought it was like
Yeah, they're like legends, mythology. Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah.
And yet possibly true or based on a true story.
Yeah.
Ripped from the headlines.
I'm gonna get ready to join your live next. Are you gonna take a break? I read the comments that you first. Yeah. If you need me to. I probably, depending on when we end, we'll probably end in just a couple minutes here. So I'll probably get on at, say, 35. I'm thinking about that.
So small
What?
break. Small break.
Small break, or maybe 40. Let's say 35. I love Conifer as Mr. Darcy. Okay, that's, I know who he is now. Okay, I get it
Yeah.
now. I sometimes I think Jane Austen is a time traveler, and met him before she wrote Pride and Prejudice.
He is a perfect Mr. Darcy, that's for sure.
I've never read Pride and Prejudice, so I definitely seen clips from the movie though. It's ancient Greek books. Those ancient Greek books would be hard to read. Well, I'm not a classic reader. Fair. Yes, definitely. I mean, I feel like any old books are going to be hard to get through. I tried to read an adaptation of the Odyssey as a kid, but the beginning didn't make sense. Turned out it was a sequel to the Iliad. Oh, the Odyssey is a sequel to the. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I'm going to get on at 35. So I set it for 4:30, but I'm gonna be on in about 10 minutes. Okay. Yes, they are on the spreadsheet, but I did change the time again. Because we were reading. So yeah. Is that what we have to do?
On Anne of Green Gables.
Yes, we did it. Woo!
We
And
did it in 3.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
With a bunch of homework in the middle.
With mostly homework.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And this was really fun. I'm glad we read it. Yes.
Yeah.
Is that it for today?
I think that's it for today. You got places to go. I got dinner to eat.
Maybe, yes. Okay. On Wednesday you'll be having your regular sprints.
I am, and I just moved it to, I think, like regular time for the US. So 4 o'clock here in Europe.
Okay.
Which I think is still noon for you guys.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Once
I'm
the
planning, unless something crazy happens, I'm planning on coming in with just regular sprints.
Okay, sounds good.
On
Yeah.
Wednesday.
They are. Oh, I didn't see them. I will add them to the spreadsheet. Yeah. And there is Vivian's friends if anyone wants to go over there and say hi and sprint hop as
Vanessa.
well. Okay. So thank you all for reading with me. Thank you for being on, Vivian, and reading this with
Thank you.
me.
Thanks for reading the book.
Yes. Okay. Have a nice day. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.
All right. See you guys. Bye.